Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Tuesday, December the 19th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. And just give me one moment, please. And how's the sound? I did the little fix before I started, so I want to make sure the sound is okay. Okay, great. Just give me one moment, please. Okay, now if you're part of this contest, guys, all you have to do, first of all, you have to have Brokers Plus. You have to be using our downloadable application, and you have to load Brokers Plus. Should have been all in the instructions, but in case, you just click on New Brokers Plus, and then right beside the Ask box, there's a toggle. So you can, the simulator is a default, I guess, but if you click on it, and then you'll see Holiday Portfolio Master Contest. That's where you have to be, and I believe you're given $400,000. Okay, so go and do it. Now, if you want to be part of the contest, there's still time, of course. This runs till Thursday, until 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time, Thursday. And let me just put the contest link in. Putting the contest link in. Click on that. The Portfolio Challenge, it's called. So will cost now. If you are a premium subscriber, this is free. If you are not a premium subscriber, then it'll cost you $7.70. And it's open to everybody. You don't have to be a subscriber, of course, to Trade Ideas. You'll download the program. You'll have access for 3 days, starting right now, and it'll run till 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time, Thursday. So you have 3 days, and it's a simulated contest, and whoever wins will win a $2,200 gift card from Amazon. Okay. We don't have to download. Grumpy, you've been in here how many years? You don't download it. You just click it from new. You don't download it. You just click it from new on Brokers Plus. You don't download it. You have to download. I'm talking about downloading the program for those who don't have Trade Ideas at all. All right, guys, what is happening this morning? So that PBLA from yesterday continued. My goodness, continued. So it's above yesterday's high. It sold off a lot. I mean, look at that sell-off. I mean, it got up to 166 and sold off right to $1. And then it's popped back up this morning, a little bit above the high yesterday. You have $400,000 to play with, okay? And I believe your margin is 4-1. So you have $400,000, okay? That's what is loaded into the account. PBLA, CGen should all be in the, if it's not in the instructions. I mean, of course, I didn't download it because I didn't look at the instructions because I didn't download and pay the 770, but it should have all been in there. How much you start off with, what the margin is. I'm sorry. It's 100,000 with a 4-1. Okay, so you start off with 100,000, and you have leverage of 1-4. Okay, 4-1 leverage. It's not 400,000. I guess the last one was 400. Thank you, Chris, if you're listening. So LGMK was up to 195. It's still up 33%. Trying to see if there's any sort of news on this one. Don't see any news. Don't see any news for LGMK. Yosh, I don't know if there's any news on this one. Don't think there's any news. This was a crazy one a few weeks ago. Got up to over $10. Well, way over 10. Got up to 1386. Don't see any news on it. Coming into the 200-day moving average. Yeah, Chewy. Chewy on the move. I think JP, no, not JP Morgan, it was Jeffries initiating coverage, and I think they've put a $27 price target on them. Let me just scroll down here. Yeah, $27 price target. And that's for Chewy. Now this one popped up and it has come right back down. So I don't know. It was OSA. That was one of those sleep apnea things, companies. Can't remember what was the one. What was the one that really got? There was another one. I remember on this day. Also, was sort of a sympathy play with it for a while. I can't remember what the other one was. The big one. It just went crazy for a while. Grumpy. I don't know if it shows it. Just accept the fact you've got $100,000. Okay, you've got $100,000 in it with 4-to-1 margin. Okay. I don't know if it shows it somewhere, but you have $100,000 with 4-to-1 margin. Look at this CVAC, guys. I didn't even realize this was shortable for me. Accounts tab. Okay, let's take a look at the accounts tab. For buying power 400,000. Thank you. Thank you. Well, yeah, like I told you, it was 100,000 with 4-to-1 margin. I mean, whether you see it or not, but here it is. Okay. Thank you, Pepe. So accounts, there's your buying power. CVAC. So CVAC got hammered down here. I was surprised there were shorts available for me. I wish I had looked a little sooner. German court squashes their patent after a challenge by there's another big tech company out of a tech company, Bio, out of Germany. The GCT, another active one again. GCT had a big day yesterday. Continuation. This was a nice one at the end of the day. Big continuation after hours. Continuation this morning. Next high looking left. 18, excuse me, 1860. I wasn't getting abusive. I'm just, I told you, you had $100,000 and 4-to-1. Whether you could see it or not, I mean, you're right. Pepe showed you where you can see it, but that's all you really had to know. So AFRM, yeah, AFRM. Now, I recall yesterday somebody had a $20 price target on these guys. I think they had downgraded it to a $20 price target. Yeah. And Aldex, guys, ALDX, I think that was, yeah, there we are, right? In fact, not at the top, but ALDX, I think it had some news, positive data. Yeah. We're seeing some of these skin disease drugs in the last little while. So Aldex actually got up to 424, pulled back down, got a low float, 56 million in the float. All right, I'm going to do a quick look now to see how many upgrades and downgrades we got this morning. If it's like yesterday, there's no way I can get them all in. All I'll do is I'll just check to see if there's anything that's interesting. Probably the Chewy will be there. Okay. We have a manageable list. Manageable list of upgrades anyway. Let me get the upgrades in. There's a stock I haven't seen for so long, AIG. Remember those days in 2008? Never ever comes up on any scan for me, but it has an upgrade. All right, so there are some of the upgrades. So what I want to do now is take a look at the WVE. I want to see WVE and I'll explain why. WVE. So WVE has an upgrade by Leerink, and they have put a price target of 12 on it. So obviously way above the current price. We'll see if that has any effect today. And that is WVE. There's decent volume already. And here is actually here's the news. Price target announced $12 by Leerink. So that's the one that kind of stands out for me. Maybe ITRI. Take a look at ITRI. So ITRI has, yeah, so this is still well below the price target. Who is it? Piper Sandler is putting a $91 price target for ITRI, ITRI. And I'm going to take a look at Rhythm, RYTM, RYTM, RYTM. Okay, Morgan Stanley has put a $55 price target on them. They had a 29 before, so that's still below. So those are some of the upgrades, guys. I got the downgrades in now. Yeah, it's a bigger list of downgrades. Let me see if I get a few of them in. There's that Door. Door had a downgrade yesterday, and it's continuing to be downgraded. Door. I think they were doing. Yeah, that's right. They were doing a buyout, a merger, and that's what caused that stock to be hit yesterday. There are some of the downgrades. There's a much bigger downgrade list. There's a few of them. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. Hey guys, I'm back. I saw Nova and Run also, guys. Nova and Run. So I don't know if there's something. And Rio mentioned. I did see the KVUE. I did see that. Yeah, big pop after hours and maintain coverage in neutral. Let's see, UBS. We have a price target 23, so it's almost there. Um, and as Rio pointed out, some kind of a court ruling in the Tylenol litigation, favorable court ruling. So this CGen, guys, still at the top of the list, up 188%. Israeli stock. This is actually, I don't even think I mentioned it. Sorry, it's not second on my list. So this is a deal with Gilead, 60 million upfront. Okay, 60 million upfront, 30 million in near-term milestone, but they have to hit the milestone. And this is the fantasy level, $848 million if all goes well. But they do get 60 million upfront, and that is for CGen. So this one, and it's not a low float, 83 million. That is a massive move with that float. Let's see what happens. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. In case it decides it wants to fade, but I mean, this looks pretty good. Let's take a look at a monthly chart for CGen, see where the next high is on a monthly chart. So it looks like 237 or so. 236 actually is the next high on a monthly chart for CGen. All right, let's take a look at the sectors, guys. We're in for a mildly positive open. So I'm going to click from our toolbar, click on new, and then docked channel bar. Scroll down until I see show more. Oops, not that one. So hit sector status. All right, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. There's energy, XLE, the major ETF for energy. 81% in green, that means that 81% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. So that's what all these percentages refer to. And as I say, we're in for a mildly positive open. All the sectors are at least over 50%. And after yesterday, let's see, Dow was just down a bit. Take a look at XLE. All I'm really looking at now are the two that were close to the 200-day moving average, the two of the major sectors. So you can see that XLE actually closed below the 200-day moving average. That's that blue line right there. And it's sort of right at it now. 84.46 is the 200-day. It's right at that 200-day. And the only other one that was below of all the major sectors was XLP. And I think it's still going to be below. Yeah, so it's still below. So XLE is sitting right at the 200-day. XLP is a little bit below, and all the other sectors are above, which makes sense if you look at the SPY. Look at this, man. What a run. I mean, it's fading a little bit in the pre-market here, but what a run. All the doom and gloomers were in full force right here this week in October, the week of October 23rd. This was it. Markets crashing. And ever since then, it's just been on a run. Now, of course, for me today, all I care about is one scan. This one, all I care about. Have a normal option activity plus a 10-day daily workout. That's all I care about. Well, we'll look at other things, of course, but I mean, I will pay supreme attention to any alert I get there. I may make an exception. I typically don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. Again, I may make an exception if something comes into that one within the first 15. Yes, the Pepe scan. I just can't call it that because nobody will know what I'm talking about. So the combo, wow, CVNA. Oh man. Well, from the dead. I mean, really. I mean, this there were so many analysts sticking this down to like a $2 stock. So I don't know if this is actually legitimate in terms of their business, or it's just the memers are just got a hold of it still. I mean, with that short float percent, I really don't know. I don't know if they're profitable. So can somebody remember the name of that other sleep disorder stock that went crazy? And it went crazy on this day, end of November, November 29th. And then OSA sort of was a bit of a sympathy play with it. Just can't remember the name of it, and it's not showing up in the competitor. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I don't trust this competitors thing. Thank you. You're right. VVOS. Thank you. So let's take a look at VVOS. Yeah, I went crazy that day. Thank you. Thank you, Helium. So there's no sympathy play with this. I thought maybe this might be running also. Well, a little bit in the pre-market. You can see this in the pre-market with the OSA. OSA, I mean, I don't think they had specific news. Well, okay, they had data published by Curious Journal of Medicine showing successful treatment of obstructive sleep apnea, etc. Okay, so that was the reason for the ASA. All right, this PR is moving down a little bit here. Announces pricing, so they're doing a financing. They are doing a financing, and the financing is at. Oh, they're making me do math. Oh boy, this AFRM, yes, AFRM. I'm hearing it over and over again. No work. Okay, David, power outage. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Expanded its services to self-checkout at Walmart stores, and we'll put that in. What are the other buy now, pay later stocks? Is it PayPal or Well, when you click on an alert, the sector sort of shows up here, okay? If you can see soon, I mean, it's right up here. So if I click on a firm, it's in the all business support services sector. When I click on an alert, sometimes you get some crazy ones. When I say crazy, you might look at saying, well, how is that in that sector? So I'm not saying it's foolproof, but there's, Sonova, electric power generation. So there's nothing to add. I don't think it's not a filter, so you cannot add it in here, but it's listed right at the top, the sector it's in. And there's Carvana, new car dealers. Wow. Young Americans embrace buy now, pay later for holiday spending. Okay, so 5 ETFs to watch. Sing from our YouTube room. I saw Sing. Yeah, up 53%, 1.2 million in the float. Don't quite understand. Rings the opening bell. That was on Friday, but I well, there's no news on Carvana, right? I don't see any specific news for Carvana, CVNA. I think the news really is this, guys. The short float, 34%. Traders somewhere around the world are piling into this with that short float percent because I just don't see any specific news for it. And this ran, of course, yesterday on the Wednesday when the market went crazy on Wednesday and followed through on Thursday. Otherwise, it probably wouldn't have done this. 'Cause I don't think it had no specific news. 251,000 shares available. Short for me at Interactive Brokers. Okay, guys, less than a minute for this market to open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. And again, I typically do not trade in the first 15. Again, I may make an exception if something comes into this scan, the combo scan, okay? And if you're new to all this, I'm sharing all my scans. All right, dumping that. I say getting set. I see Fuel Cell had earnings. I don't think it matters. FCEL had earnings today. All right, we're open. So we're seeing things in the momentum scan right off the bat. That is typical. Well, there's Xerox. I put a price alert for Xerox, I guess back here. That was a big one from yesterday, Xerox. Actually, it's been on a pretty decent run. Week and a half run from 14 to 18. Wow, look at GCT. That was flying in the pre-market. Look at it now. Yeah. Did they do a financing or something? Seriously, look at this. I mean, it was at 17, 17. So almost a $2 drop just like that. Look at this. And there's the PBLA guys from yesterday, above yesterday's high. Now, be careful. The reason I say that is that look what happened to it yesterday. We got to 164, sold all the way off back down to a dollar. Now, it did come from 46 cents yesterday. Look at CGen, guys. CGen. CGen's making a little move off that $2 level. Yeah, CVNA almost 60 now. What is the no, it was in the hundreds before, wasn't it? There's CVNA right there, 60. Sundial, SNDL, SNDL, which I'm wrong, it's not Sundial. Cypher Mine, I'm sorry. He's going so fast I can't find it to click on it. There we go. There we go. SNDL. I think this getting halted. This just got halted. I think CGen just got halted. I tried to get it. It just got halted. Starting to get some at 232. It showed up, Pepe. I know you know on your revised scan. I tried to get it at 232 and it wouldn't fill me, and which meant so this is what I'm talking about, guys. So you can't see the symbol here, but it is CGen. It's halted at 232. This right-hand column is the suggested or the possible, should be the possible price when it comes out of the halt. And this is a volatility halt. So typically they are 5 minutes long. So if that's the case, it'll open at 9:38 plus 8 seconds. And of course, this is not this number will change constantly until it opens. This is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales. This blue screen, time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Look at Carvana. That's why I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. Look at that. I mean, they're up to 60.83 and right back down. Basically, a $3 drop. There's Run, guys. RUN, Run, Sunrun. Next high looking left on the weekly chart is around 22, a little over 22. I didn't even bother looking at this one, guys. This is a stupid one. ZJYL. It's all, this one got up to what 500 yesterday. I mean, it's just a stupid one. Now, on this halt of CGen, how I could get into it, it's halted at 232. If it opens and it moves down below 232, and then it gets back up to 232, that might get me into it. Of course, if it opens at 250 or something, I'm not chasing it, but boy, what a collapse for that. Well, and then a bounce, okay, like GCT. So it got down to 15 and it's bounced up 70 cents. Really whippy trader right off the bat. There's Chewy, guys. Chewy over the whole number 23. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is 23.24, a little bit close. Does have a price target of 27 put on it by Jeffries. Another halt here, SFWL. Okay, guys, I'm getting set for this open for CGen. If it is a 5-minute open or 5-minute halt, but look at this though. Price is below the 232 right now. Projected open below. So I have to see. If it's going to open, it will open. If it's a 5-minute halt, it's going to open in 8 seconds. And it has opened. Okay, so it opened just a little bit below the halt price, 221. Okay, come on, pop it. Concentrating on the CGen, guys. Don't halt, don't halt. All right, I've taken some off. Okay, I told you exactly what I was looking to do. If it opened below 221 and then it got back to 221, I was looking to take some. I took some. Wasn't at 221. It was at 225. Taking some off at 240, and now I'm going to hold on to see if it does anything from here. Just watching this CGen, guys, see if it has a big pop here. Ah, it's showing up now in the scan, but I'm already in it, so look at the bounce for CVAC. So this is the one that got hammered. German court ruling would not accept their patent. I think that was the one. Yeah, CVAC. So nice bounce. Just keeping an eye on CGen, guys. We have a high here of 250. If it can get through 250, 341 is the next high in the monthly chart. I think it's getting there. So GCT's had quite the day, guys. I mean, in the opening 915 candles, so it got up to 1695 or so, and then all the way back down to 15. So a $2 drop, then a pop. It's been all over the place. So the tankers, yesterday at the beginning of the day, the tankers are all going crazy with all the problems. And so there's Sting and there's NAT and probably some of the other ones. And then they faded. Then they really just faded. Yeah, 250 is the next high. You're right. So there's the CGen right back where yeah, it's halted on the way down now. So I'm basically out now, guys. I will take a look at it later. Um, it should say holiday portfolio. It's just that you can't see it all. That's all, Philip. Yeah. So if you're in this, if you're part of this contest and you load Brokers Plus, load it. Just open it, click on New from the toolbar, click on Brokers Plus. It'll probably start off. It'll look like this. I'm gonna just say I'll say not connected, and then click on it. Oh, sorry. Click on Sim underneath Brokers Plus. Click on Simulator. That'll turn to change the simulator. Now click in that box here, and you'll see there it is. Come on. Holiday Portfolio Master Contest, okay? So it's the Holiday Portfolio Master Contest. This is all part of the contest, guys. So again, if you're a premium subscriber, you have access to this for free. If you want to be part of the contest, it'll cost you $7.70. Chance to win $2,200. So for the CGen now, for me, I'm definitely going to keep watching it and to see if it can take out this area later on in the day. I'm going to stick an alert up here because that is, that's good news. I mean, they got $60 million from Gilead. I mean, that's no fake news there, guys. Okay, they got 60 million upfront from Gilead. Sure, I'll all the scans that I talk about, I am sharing. Okay, usually I go over all this at around 9 or 10:30, but I'll give you the scans right now or show you how you can find them. So if you click on my homepage link and scroll down a bit till you see the middle section, my scans, and then this is the one I'm talking about right here. So at the bottom of the right-hand column, abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily breaks combo. You're not going to get too many alerts from it. And again, I use it like a watch list all day. Great example was the one from yesterday. And as I say, I typically do not like to trade in the first 15 minutes. I was already in this one, so I didn't have to make an exception for this one. But if I looked at this one 245, and as somebody pointed out, 250 was the next high, wouldn't have taken it here. Okay. But later on in the day, it may set up again. I took it, this showed up here before, this showed up, of course, in the halts before it showed up here. Well, I guess my point is I just don't just if I get something in here, I just don't blindly take it. I'm always going to be checking to see what it looks like, what the pattern looks like, where the next high is, making sure that it's not too close. So this is now opened. This is now opened, CGen, and it had news. I mean, it did have some, on the surface, really good looking news. I know it says halted, but I think it's a, yeah, this halt. So look at the market, guys. Look at this market. So we wiped out, had an hour and 15 minutes straight down, not huge down. And then that opening 15-minute candle, wiped all that out. And we're marching higher again. So guys, all I'm doing now with the CGen, I just put an alert around that 245 mark and see if later on in the day it takes it out. Okay, this is not a low float, 83 million, not high, but it's certainly not a low float situation. I mean, it is up 200%. So Carvana back up to 60 guys after getting back down to about 57, right back up to 60 now. CVNA. So this DBRG has a little bit of room. That red line on my weekly chart, that signifies where the next high is on the daily chart. Well, you can see it right there, right on the daily chart. So it's got a little bit of room. It's 1774. So GCT has been all over the place, guys. Just waiting for the next one. I mean, listen, there may not be. There were only four yesterday, I think, in this scan from yesterday. No idea how many we're going to get today. Now, this is, of course, this scan right here, the momentum scan, will be a lot more active. LDI Loan Depot. So the next high looking left is from a couple of days ago, 350 or so, 358, 357 to be exact. So it's got a little bit of room to run. ECDA, I did see this one in the pre-market, but it was just chopping around. 3.7 million in the float, so it's certainly a low floater. Hey guys, things have slowed down quite a bit actually for me. Normally a lot more active up to 10 o'clock, but this is actually an earnings play, guys. CONN is an earnings play. Wow, how the mighty have fallen. I mean, this used to be a way more expensive stock. CONN. This is an earnings play coming into, to me, a lot of resistance on the weekly chart. AI strong. Let's take a look at AI. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. So this is the opening 15-minute candle. Really didn't do much in the pre-market. Don't see any specific news on it. It's a lot like the Carvana guys. I mean, look at the short float percent. High short float percent. 35% is short. A lot like the Carvana, CVNA. Basically following the market. I mean, look at the market opening 15-minute candle, opening 15-minute candle for AI, second one, basically kind of following the market. Okay, I have an alert for CREX, CREX. I put yesterday, not sure why, over that 200-day moving average. Had a big day 2 days ago. Yesterday, got into the 200-day moving average. That's right. Look at all the room this has got. So 324 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. Give me a moment, guys. Chris, I don't know. Maybe you can hear me. I've just posted a question to you. I don't know if you can hear me in the room. There's Hive, guys. Sorry, I'm just talking with Chris in our Slack thread. So there's Hive. You can see if Hive can take this out right here. That's 426. The next high on the weekly chart for Hive, HIVE, crypto play, of course, is 468. What's crypto doing today? So crypto's having a little bit of a pop. So there's HUT, another crypto play. We saw another one earlier. Can't remember which one was Cyto, CYTO, I think. So the crypto plays are getting a little bit of love. Red bar forming now on the SPY. Ah, shoot, this was shortable for me. SFWL, guys, showed up in the 10-day daily breakdown. And I didn't think, for some reason, I just didn't think this would be shortable. This was halted earlier. China stock, 600,000 shares available, Interactive Brokers, almost an all-time low now for SFWL. So HUT did a reverse split a while back, didn't they? Well, PGTI guys, all-time high. I think these are the guys who Dora was looking to merge with or buy. Dora had another downgrade this morning. Pretty sure this is the one, PGTI and Dora. So Dora's having actually a pop here. PGTI all-time high, but it is a proposed acquisition by Dora. So 33, so it's a cash and stock deal. 33.50 in cash plus 7.50 in Dora stock. Yeah, I mean, also, I see OSA. I have a thumbnail, OSA. Keep an eye on it, I guess, if it takes out one again. We got up to 140 in the pre-market. So far, only one in this one, the combo scan. And that's the CGen. But that came right into that 250 resistance. Wow, look how whippy this hut has been. 1368, right back down. 13, very, very whippy. Not my style. So let me just put the contest in again, the link for the contest, in case anybody wants to take part in this portfolio challenge. Sure, you can still join. I don't see why not. I mean, it's running till Thursday, 4:30 p.m. Eastern time, market close. So I don't see why not. Let me just see when if there is a specific cutoff. Because in theory, I mean, you could have the greatest trade in the world. Okay, there's no join anytime. Okay, join anytime. Okay, just got that. Just got the word, so you can join anytime. So this is it. Click on the portfolio challenge. So it'll cost you if you're not a subscriber to Trade Ideas at all. It's open to everybody. Okay, you don't have to be a subscriber. So it's $7.70. And you sign it now. You have to be using our downloadable application. If you're trying to use it on our if you're using our web-based version, somebody asked earlier, mobile. I mean, you have to be using the downloadable application because you have to be able to load this window called Brokerage Plus. Select it from here, this new, from our toolbar. Click on New, and then Brokerage Plus. Okay, so it'll cost $7.70. Now, if you're a premium subscriber, it's free. So if you're a premium subscriber, go for it. Nothing to lose. Okay. First prize, only prize, $2,200 Amazon gift card. Okay. And the way it works is that when you load Brokerage Plus, more than likely it'll look like this. It'll say not connected. Then just click on underneath Brokerage Plus. There are two options. Click on Sim for simulation, paper trading. That'll turn to simulator. Now, if it doesn't, if it says account or something, probably shouldn't. And then when it says, once you get it in the simulator, just click on it, and then you'll see underneath Holiday Portfolio Master Contest. And now there you are. You'll have $100,000 to play with, but you'll also have 4-to-1 margin. So you can actually buy stock up to $400,000. Okay. And that's it. So it's also, you can look at it this way. It's an opportunity to try us out for 3 days for 770 also. Yeah, ASA guys, ASA, OCA, OCA, now OSA, sorry, OSA over a dollar again. And on the run here, this hit again 141 in the pre-market. So both Hive and Hut crypto plays. All right, GVP halted. GVP is halted on the way down. Well, if nothing happens from my scan, I'm going to have to turn to other things. Market continues. We had a bottoming tail there. Remember that was a red. That was red. It was a red bar. Looked like okay, we're going to bit of a little mini sell off, but nope. Market is just so strong. The perma bears are getting frosted. Well, this is a very different day for me anyway compared to yesterday. Just not as much. I'm not getting as many alerts, not just in the combo scan, but otherwise. In this abnormal option activity was full by now. I'm going to go over this. In fact, I'll probably do it now that there's a bit of a lull in the action. So first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. And this is a trading and support room, okay? So if you have questions, don't be shy, ask away, all right? Don't feel that you're interrupting me. If I'm in a trade that requires my full concentration, I'll certainly let you know, but typically that's not the case. So let me just go over the information that you will find on my homepage. All right, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you were going to see. It'll be at the top here. If you want to take out a subscription right now, but I'd probably hold off. I'm sure we're going to have. I hope I get the promo code today. It will probably be for 25% off. Okay, so I probably hold off. But if you want to take out a subscription right now, okay, go ahead. 15% off using this code. That's on the first month only. Now, if you do want to take out a yearly subscription right now, I can get you the 25%. Just let me know. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through these 10 short videos. Download and install, first startup and login, introduction to scans, topless windows, and alert windows. Okay. If you are new to trading, Trading 101, free series of videos. Michael Noss put this together. Michael will actually be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 when I take my break. I'll explain that a little bit later. Daily stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it, free of course. Trade of the week. This is a free service also. You'll get it before the market opens Monday mornings. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you check your spam folder and it's not there and you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Now, the trade of the week was shot, not shop, but shot. Triggered yesterday, did pretty well for a while, still pretty good. The trigger was 420. You can see yesterday it got up to 478 or so, pulled back down. These are designed for longer term holds, but how you trade them, if you trade them, up to you. This is the education section. You click here on the education section, and then we have a great user guide. There's that getting started. Now, I would click on alert windows and topless windows, more depth and detail about what they're all about. Okay. And I'll also take a look at price alerts. Very simple to do and very powerful. I think people don't use them enough, my opinion. Now, there's a lot in the user guide. You don't have to learn everything. It's like any other software program out there. You don't have to learn every aspect about the software, but for sure, take a look at alert windows and top list windows at the very, very least. Getting started series right here. Again, that those are the 10 videos, 10 short videos. Now, daily support sessions. I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Works out perfectly. We have 5 days of the week when we have 5 different traders that take over for me. Today is Tuesday. Should be Michael Noss. I will confirm that before I do take my break. I'll put the YouTube link in the main room before I take my break, so you can head over and listen to Michael. Again, Michael put together that Trading 101, and he's also the person who put together the Market Explorer, all these scans in the Market Explorer. These are more designed for swing trading. Michael is way more of a swing trader than I am. Okay. And last, before I go last though, at some point in time, if you are going to take out a subscription, I would please ask you to use my promo code. The reason being is that that will really help to keep this room free. The room is free. And the only way we keep the room free is if you use my promo code when and if you take out a subscription. That's all I ask. Okay. And if you click on my homepage link and you want my scan, just scroll down in the middle section. Here are my scans that I'm sharing. Oops. So this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. This is showing me the stocks that basically have gapped up from yesterday's close, either up or down. And this is the halts resumes over here. This is the momentum scan up here. And this is the abnormal option activity scan here. And then this is the combo that I pay attention to all day long. Only one so far, CGen. And then this one, the 10-day daily breakout and down. These are them right here. I will explain what the combo is all about. Give me a moment. So first of all, if you're new to all this, what we are is a scanner. What Trade Ideas as a program is a scanner. Okay, there are a lot of screening programs out there. I'll explain what I mean by that. Take a look at this scan that I've created called Momo. If I right click on it and click on configure and then summary. So this is telling me exactly what the scan is looking for, okay? This is the screening aspect of the scan. We are a screener also, but we are what we really are excellent at, real-time alerts, okay? So in this particular scan, if the stock is between 1 and $100, the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. This is what gives it the momentum. If the volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, just give me a moment, guys. Oh, so this is an IPO they just launched. Ugh, I'm going to have to get out of this. I'm going to have to explain this later. We just had an alert from my scan. Okay, so now the problem I've got with it, again, just because I get something from my scan doesn't mean I just pile into it. Okay, my scan. I mean the scan I'm sharing, this combo scan. Because when I look left, what do I see? I see $4. That's not that far from 380. I wish it had more room. Now on the weekly chart, it's got a little more room. And it may not matter. It may not matter, but I mean, just because I get an alert there doesn't mean I absolutely I'm going to pile into the trade immediately. And of course, this is a crypto play. And crypto is we're getting some crypto alerts today, like Hut and Hive, and now this one. Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, I just think that the resistance is potential resistance is too close for CIFR for me to really get too enthusiastic about it. Or even though I love the alerts that come from this scan, it doesn't absolutely mean that I'm going to take every one of them right off the bat. Yeah, so this is okay. Let me take a look at this. So this is a Japanese IPO, LGCB, and so far not a lot of enthusiasm. The IPO price was at $4. It's right around that price. Enthusiasm would mean something that opens around six or seven, above the IPO price, but not as we speak. Not a lot of enthusiasm for it. Yeah, be careful on the CGen, of course. The CGen just got halted on the way down, I think. Yeah. So CGen just resumed, guys. So yeah, this is not performing as well as I was hoping it would get close to the 240 level and hang around there for a while, and then later in the day maybe take it out. It doesn't look like it's going to though. What do I think about CGen looking left? Well, right now, if you're talking about going long, I mean, for me, it would have to get closer to 250 again later on. Obviously, I mean, to short it, I mean, looking left, I mean, it came from 70 cents. So, I mean, this could actually turn into a short. Not suggesting to do that, but all right, where was I? So the LGCB, I will put an alert up and around this 420 level, see if it takes it out later on. So again, guys, here's the filtering aspect of this scan. So if all of these values are met, all these filter values are met, stock for the volume in the last minute was at least 1,000% of normal, etc. So all these are all what we call ands. Okay, so everything has to be satisfied. Stock has to be between $1 and $100 and current volume three and. So if all of these values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay, so the last one, give me a moment. I'm gonna have to move this up. So the last one that met all these filter values and made a new high for the day was Flex at 1024, and the price was at 3003. Since then, it's 1026 right now, Eastern time. Since then, nothing has met all these requirements and made a new high for the day. Okay, that's how this works. We're fantastic at creating real-time scans. Oh my goodness, look at OSA now. OSA, look at OSA now. Oh, brother. Missed the boat on it, guys. This is what I'm talking about. Sorry, I have this thumbnailed on another monitor that you cannot see. Wow. Okay, so if you like the scan the way it is, well, you got it. I'm sharing it, but you can of course make any sort of a change if you want. If you don't like the price range, you don't like some another aspect of the filters that I've got here, of course you can make a change if you want. And if you want to build your own scans, you can. Of course you can. This time, instead of clicking on summary, I'm going to click on search. So these are all of the real-time alerts that we've got, starting off right at the top, the two most popular, the new high of the day and the new low of the day, real time. But we have a lot of other real-time alerts. Now, if you're looking at all this thinking, wow, I can't learn all this. This is way too complicated for me. Well, the good news is you don't have to. Okay. If I scroll down a little bit further, and we see these icons. These are the filter icons. Again, if you're looking at all these and thinking, man, how can I possibly learn this software program and learn all these different alerts and filters? You don't have to. Okay. I use just a handful of them. Most of them I haven't looked at, and I have been a subscriber since 2010 of the program. The only reason we have so many is that, with thousands of customers and all sorts of different trading styles, the company felt, well, obviously they thought we are going to have to put a lot of different real-time alerts, give them all sorts of different real-time alerts and different filters so that the majority of the customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if you want to build your own scan. So the bottom line is they felt that most people would not want to have to learn a program, like literally a program in order to create a scan. So don't get hung up on how many we've got. Yeah, I don't have to learn them all, okay? Oh yeah, it's too bad, this cipher would have been very interesting had it not had all this looking left. Had it been a more of a straight shot before you saw the next high at $5, would have been awesome. I think I would have almost taken it immediately. But this is why, the program is called Trade Ideas. So even though this is by far my favorite idea generator, this scan right here, it doesn't mean that just take the trade without checking the charts, checking to see what's happening. Where's the next high looking left? So let me explain this scan though, this combo scan, which has just produced so incredibly well for about 3 weeks now. So if you were an intraday trader, a day trader, however you want to brand yourself, your main objective is to find stocks that are trading abnormally. What does that mean? Well, the number one reason, of course, would be abnormal volume. If a stock normally trades a million shares a day and it's trading a million shares, why would you want to look at it? But if a stock normally trades a million shares a day and today it's trading 10 million, you want to probably find it. So that's what this relative volume filter can do. Okay, you can see Cipher right now, CIFR. The relative volume is 9.6 right now. That means that up to 10:30 Eastern time, on average, this is trading 9 times what it normally does up to 10:30 Eastern time. And I think the baseline is over 30 days. So the average over 30 days is doing 9 times that. Obviously, that is significant. Okay, so that's the first First way to find stocks that are trading abnormally. The second way, and this is where this abnormal option activity comes in, I do not trade options. But coupled with a stock that is trading abnormally in terms of volume, the volume, if we can find stocks that are trading abnormally, excuse me, with its option volume, and if we can combine them, then that should be very powerful. So look at Cipher, CIFR. Its option volume today is 7,300 contracts so far. That represents 368 or 3.6 times normal. Okay, in terms of its auction volume today. So coupled with the relative volume of 9 and abnormal volume in terms of option of 3.6, that should give us, that is a stock that we should be watching today. Now, it turns out, unfortunately, that it has, in my opinion anyway, some resistance near term. So it's not as, it's not looking as good as something that if it had a straight shot to 5 would look. So what this scan does, right there, I name it, you see Pepe right afterwards. Pepe is a great contributor into our trading room. So I had these two, I still have the two scans independently. So the 10-day daily breakout and breakdown, okay? And then this is the option activity. Why it says don't repeat, because this tells me the first time the alert happened over here. So for instance, UBS, 3026, this is the repeating version of this. So every time UBS would make a new high, we would see it. So you can see PEB just showed up here, 1565. If PEB makes another new high, you'll see it here, but this is the first time it made a high, the first time it came into this scan. I like to show it this way because then I can kind of go back and say, okay, here we had an alert 932, CGN at 229. What has it done from there? As an example. So what I was finding though is that if a stock was in this scan and also in either of these two scans, really was something we should pay attention to. This was maybe, I don't know, a month ago, month and a half ago. And I was sort of thinking out loud saying, boy, it'd be nice if we could somehow, instead of having to scan this list and then scan this list and check to see whether or not a scan was, excuse me, the same stock was in both of these scans. It'd be nice if we could just have it automatically showing. And that's what Pepe did for us. Okay. Took these two scans and basically combined them. So now we don't have to search. So that's what that is all about. And that's what I pay attention to every single day now. Today just happens to be a day in which, the stocks were running into resistance when we got the actual alerts. So this is a day in which I'm not getting too many alerts because again, yesterday, not just talking here, but yesterday this was full. The abnormal option activity scan was absolutely full. And this is it. Now, the color coding. If you see it in light blue, this is a suggestion to go long. And if you see it in brown, it's a suggestion to go short. Okay? That's what the color coding is. So if you have any questions about anything, please ask away. And today just might be one of those days, that I will not get too many things to trade. Funny because yesterday, when you think sometimes Mondays can be a little bit sleepy, yesterday was an incredible day. I'm not saying there aren't stocks, but in what I am seeing, okay, from my scans, I'm just not seeing a lot of trend following. And maybe the AVXL, but All right, blue. Ooh, this is an all-time low. Yeah, it's right at an all-time low now, blue. Remember 2 weeks ago, it had that little shot up to 554, and then I think it got halted for almost the whole day for news. The news came out, was not good. A lot of shares available also. Short at Interactive Brokers, over 4 million. The moment, guys. The moment, guys. All right, guys. Maybe this one might be interested on a potential short CYTK. Reason I say it through the 200-day moving average. Underneath that whole number of 34, the next low looking left, a little bit of room, 33. So it's got 86 cents to that next low looking left. And that's CYTK. I don't see any news on it. And just as I'm speaking about it, there it is. Well, I tried to get it, guys, but I could not get it where I wanted it. I wanted to get it at 86, 33, 86. Could not get it where I wanted it. And that's the CYTK. Shorted to zero. Okay. Sorry, guys. My dog is going crazy. You know what? I'm not sorry. CYTK, wow. So it has a little bit of room still down to 33. I tried to get it at 33.85, but couldn't get the fill. A lot of shares available, so that's not the issue. Wow. Jay, you said that PEV showed up on your scan. So, there it is right there. The next high looking left is 1575 on the daily chart. You cannot see it on the daily chart because I'd have to expand it. But what I mean is I'd have to expand the daily chart so you could see it. But best thing to do is just look on the weekly chart and you see that red line. And unfortunately, there was a bug on our system. You can only see that red line if the alert happens in a multi-strategy window, which really ticks me off a little bit because I find it for my style of trading. Look at the CYTK. Wow, wow, wow. Okay, the Yosh pit here, guys. YOSH right into the 200-day moving average, 736. I mean, if it can take that out, it's a crazy low float, under a million. At least we have it under a million in the float. But pulled right back down. The spread is probably 720, 738. I mean, the only reason, of course, is looking left, and you see this the day that it got up to almost 14. That's what traders are looking at right now, and that is YOSH. Boy, I'm looking at my interactive brokers, and I see my little trying to sell it at 33.86, shorting it, of course. It would have been a dollar, but well, I just didn't want to chase it down. Obviously, had I chased it down, it would have been okay. But interesting. I don't see any news on this. See Shady Long ALDX. I see you tried to do that earlier. I so much was going on. I think I might have seen you try to do that earlier. Or am I wrong? 312, 306. So he is long. There's a trigger, 312. Yeah. So just to decipher which Shady is saying, he's long ALDX at 312, and he's put a stop at 306, which is basically the low right there, the low of the day. And it's not a low float, 56 million. Oh, see how well it moves. It did have some news, some skin disease drug, positive trial results of its skin disease drug. And of course, the big attraction to this one is, look left. I mean, $6 is the next high in the weekly chart. So if it can get back up, I mean, it got up to 4 something in the pre-market, 424 in the pre-market. So this is a lease to own company, Flex Shopper, FA. Well, things have really slowed down for me. Oh man, I'd hate to be in a sector called meat processed from carcasses, and that's mama. That's its sector, meat processed from carcasses. Well, guys, there's US steel is starting to drift down. There's going to be all sorts of resistance to this going. Well, I should say all sorts, but I mean, there are definitely groups out there that do not want to see this happen. Nippon taking over, just because what 133-year-old company. So you're gonna this is I mean far from over. Well, I should rephrase it. Far from being a done deal. All right, Brooke. Nice you can take all that time off. We'll see you in 24. Well, guys, this feels like it's late Friday afternoon or something. I mean, for me, there's just nothing happening. See the CYTK real said it, bounce candidate. Yeah, it did bounce. I think it's just the jarring nature of US Steel. US Steel, I mean, one of the oldest companies you've got. I think it's at 133 years being bought by, by a, taken over by a foreign company or a country. All right, guys, there's the firm. It just made another new high, I think. 5044, yeah. So it just made another new high. AFRM just made another new high. Yeah. There may be a difference between beer and steel, but yes, in terms of, the national interest. I just think it's going to, I'm not saying it's not gonna happen. I mean, I don't know if it's gonna happen, but it's not gonna happen. I think people so misunderstand, these buyouts. Even if it's a buyout by an American company with to another American company, you know, this is not 100% certainty that these things go through. Look how long the, Microsoft I don't even know, has it actually gone through, Microsoft and Activision? Has it actually gone through? Look how long that took, though, and we're talking about silly video games. Really, that's what it was all about. I guess they're not silly for those who play it, but you know what I mean. I mean, we didn't have video games in the world. I mean, world's not gonna be a worse off place, but I mean, all the back and forth. Never got into them, Denver. Never. Never, never, never. This is the video game, really, guys. This is reality TV at its best, if you will. This is the video game that, for true adults. And that's not to slam anybody who loves playing video games. Listen, I mean, I just didn't get into them, that's all. Oh, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt that the gaming industry is, incredibly strong and makes lots of money. That's not the point. The point is, for me anyway, I mean, we're getting way off topic. If they're gonna make such a fuss about Microsoft taking over Activision, certainly not threatening any national security or anything like that. Whereas with US Steel, there is a part of that is, is there a threat to national security by some foreign company taking over a huge steel producer? Anyway, I mean, but if they're gonna make such a fuss about a video game takeover, what do you think they're gonna do with a steel takeover? But that's my opinion. What do I think of Hut for a retest? That's in our YouTube room. Let's take a look at Hut. Good question though, because this leads me into a good segue. Well, 12.99. Okay, 12.99 was the VWAP, so it sort of held. Maybe if it gets over the high of here, I mean, I don't think you have to worry so much about this high, but maybe the high here, 1333. That's the 945 candle. Maybe if it can take that out, it might have a little run again. That leads me. It's a good question because I'm an intraday, sorry, I'm a momentum trader, so I'm always looking for stocks near the high or near the low of the day, but that may not be your style. However, your style, if you are an intraday trader, as I said before, you should be looking for stocks that are trading abnormally, volume wise at least. And if you want to take a look at the option volume also. But you might want to look at, say, a mama right here, okay? MAMA just hit a new high at 1045, at 1054, 449. But it may not be your style, okay, to watch something like this. Now listen, I don't chase these. What happens for me, ideally, if I wanted this one, but I'm looking left and I don't like it because I think there's some resistance nearby. But if this started to base here at 447, for maybe 30 minutes, and then it popped up and I looked left and there was no nearby resistance or high, then I would probably take that trade. So it's not that I'm chasing it, chasing it, chasing it. But your style, a person's style might be, well, I like the fact that I can see this stock that because it's trading abnormally, but I want to wait for it to pull back, maybe to the VWAP. There's 421. So you could put an alert if you're that style of trading, or maybe to a moving average that you like. Okay, a pullback to a moving average that you like, or to the VWAP. And I understand that. That's, just not my style, but I mean, a lot of people will do that. Wait for a pullback to a certain level, see what it does at that level, and then if it bounces off it, take the trade. Okay. So these are, so you can take a look at these, even though you might not like the idea that they're at the high of the day, but click on it, maybe set a price alert at a level in which you'd love to see it pull back to and see if it happens. Well, I knew it was the competition thing. I completely understand it was a competition thing, but it's video games. I do completely understand that that was that it was competition, Microsoft taking over the world. I do understand that, but no, Michael, no. If I'm understanding what you're talking about, no. Uh, this up into dark mode, no. I mean, you can change the charts to any color you want. Okay, but if you're talking about the overall look, no, there's no dark mode. Because I don't think there is, Pepe. It's been asked before. I don't see that any of the recent builds have allowed election. No dark mode. I didn't think so. Thank you, Pepe, just for the confirmation. Give me a moment, guys. How do we set up the squawk for voice alerts? Okay, so Michael, so the question is, how do you put a sound alert? So you can put sound alerts on multi-strategy windows, alert windows. You can put a sound alert if you have our AI. You can put a sound alert on our AI, and you can put a sound alert on the price alerts themselves. Okay, so typically this is wow. Look at Yosh, guys. I mean, yeah. I mean, the issue with it really is could be the spread, but it's trying to get through that 200-day moving average, and it's a matter of, I mean, everybody, well, traders are looking left, and look at this, 1385 is the next high. So if you want to put a sound alert on an alert window, you just follow the steps, right click, properties, all right click, properties, and the box will pop up. Click on actions, and then check the play sound, and then set up the sound. So you can have one window text to speech if you want. You don't have to have a window text to speech if you don't want, but you can have one window. It's pretty popular. And the reason why I say one window, because the whole idea of putting a sound alert on your different windows is to have a different sound alert on each window. If you put every one of them text to speech, you'll never know which window to look at. Okay. So you can put one of them if you want, text to speech. Otherwise, you click on the use custom sound and then select sound. And we have 3 folders here that we've created for you. And so if I click on this first one, Mad Money, these are the sound alerts that are in Mad Money. So all you have to do is, click on one of them. I clicked on Bomb. You can open it, and then you play it, and then you hear what it sounds like. If you like it, then you say okay a couple of times, and then that sound will get attached to that window where you started the exercise. Okay. And again, we have 3 folders with different sound alerts. Okay. So we have a lot of different sound alerts that you can use. And, we get the question every now and then, can I create my own sound alerts? You can if you want to. You just have to make sure you put them into this folder. Okay. Put them into this folder. Okay, Michael? Is Mara a good play? Well, first of all, as I always should state ahead of time, I'm not a financial advisor, so I'm not going to say yes, it's a good play. You should take this trade. Wow, I have to admit though, this is amazing. I mean, Mara has been on a roll, and it has sort of done it. I mean, is it a good trade now? I mean, I can't tell you now, but it has been on a roll, and it is sort of almost acting a little more independently from crypto to a certain extent. Let me just bring up BITO. Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, normally Mara will follow crypto really closely, okay? But Mara is kind of trading on its own. I mean, look at Riot. Let's take a look at Riot. Riot and Mara are almost very, very similar the way they trade. I mean, Riot's been doing pretty well also. But if I look at BITO, I mean, look at BITO. I mean, it's still it's sort of, I use it as a proxy to what Bitcoin is all about, crypto. I mean, look what it's doing compared to what Mara what Mara has been doing. So, I mean, it has been trading great. Now, I can't tell you, is it a good trade now? I mean, it's got, if you look left, I mean, it still has some room if you look at a monthly chart to 29.49. Nobody's saying it's going to get there, but certainly Mara has been awesome. No, I'm not telling you to trade it now, is it? But it has been outperforming the other Bitcoin plays. Well, it's got 20, we have 26% anyway. Okay, 26% short float. So there is that. But yeah, Mara has basically split itself from Riot. They used to almost trade in tandem every single day. But I mean, Riot's been okay, but Mara is really taken off. And I think that'll make Michael Noss pretty happy, who's going to be in our YouTube room in about a little less than an hour, because I think he took Mara and he's been holding it for quite a while. I think he was in around the $10 level. I think when it broke above the 200-day moving average. I mean, he may have taken some off, but well, guys, unfortunately, our two ones from the combo scan hit right into those daily resistance and stopped so far. This one still has a shot, I think, potentially. This cipher, but it's not a low float. Now, no, I'm just not looking for low float stocks. But the only reason I bring it up is because for it to really get moving, the float would have to be probably a little bit lower. 58 million. It's not crazy high, but it's not low. Look at this market. Well, December is turning out to be a typical December, guys. December is one of the best performing months. Best if you're looking for stock for the market being buoyant and high. I'm looking at your other scan, Pepe, and so many of them are just coming into. They all look this. Well, they don't all look the same, but getting these alerts, and then they're coming into the next day's resistance, or resistance not that far away on the daily. I'm talking about your relative volume 2 10-day. If I see one that has a lot of room, I could possibly take it, but it'd be a broken record here. I mean, look at Annie has showed up, and there's that next high looking left. However, let's take a look at the weekly chart for Annie. Yeah, I mean, I just don't see enough room for it to move. I mean, listen, it could obviously go through 217 and proceed all the way up to 3, but the way I trade, if I see a next high close to the current price, I just don't take the trade. All you have to do is all you have to do is reduce the relative volume to 2. So if you've got this one, let me show you how you can do it. It's a good exercise, okay? So duplicate this one, and because you don't want to you want to have this one, so you just duplicate it. So you right click, duplicate. Well, I have it in a doc. You guys won't have it in a doc, but okay. And now all you have to do is this: right click, go to configure all. They're all selected. Edit the selected and change that relative volume to 2. Okay, and then save it. Give it another name so it's a different version. But as Pepe has said, it hasn't really been wonderful. Ah, well, Lenny showed up here. Okay, well, showed up in mine now. Well, mine, the original combo. But again, you just look here. There's not enough room for me for these things to keep moving until they hit the next high. And I do not trade out of boredom. I don't look at this and go, you know what? Let's just do it and see if it happens. I don't do that. Now this one was super active a while back, right? SSRM. No, I'm thinking of something else. Same thing. Look left. 11:25, 11:35, sorry, next high looking left. And then even if it got through that, then you start looking left at all these little areas where it could stall. And that's the SSRM. So not interesting to me. Oh, sorry, Tordy, sorry, I just seen your question. No, you cannot have text to speech on the web-based version. The web-based version has, quite a few limitations compared to the downloadable application. Um, you obviously don't have this Brokers Plus window, so you can't practice trading if that's important to you. But also, you're right. The sound alerts are very, very minimal that you can put. You cannot put any text to voice. All right. Well, this one is, how choppy. See, this one, the Bitcoin play, crypto play, looks a lot more like BITO, the way it chopped up and down, not compared to Mara. Now, I think any is isn't any a crypto play, even though it might not say that in the. I think this is a crypto play, even though it doesn't say that in our profile. All right, VNet might have some room. Got well, actually, VNet's got some room. Look at this. It's not in the combo scan. They don't all be there, but 376 is the next high looking left. It's through the 200-day moving average. It's big float, China stock, 3.6 times normal. Option volume is nothing, 29%. So it's not going to show up on that scan, but they don't all have to. But at least it's got some room looking left. Now, nobody's saying it's going to get up to 370 or 380, but at least it's got some room. Now, maybe if it bases just a little bit for a while. Another Bitcoin play. So a lot of Bitcoin plays today, guys. Another one, WULF or crypto plays. Just call it crypto plays. Well, I'm just looking left. That red line is the next high in the daily chart. I'm sorry, not on the, well, the next high is 375. I mean, it could stall earlier, obviously, but I mean, if you're looking at today's high, okay, 320, but remember when I got the alert, it was already there. But I don't see anything at 342. I see the next high at 375 on the daily. Really? Well, you're okay, but those aren't the neck. That's not the next high looking left. You're. I just look at the next high looking left, William. I mean, you must be June 15th. So yeah, so you're looking over way back here. So I mean, yeah, I don't do that. I mean, I just look literally at the next high looking left. I'm not saying that's a The right way to do it, I see what you're doing, but again, you hear me enough. I just look left on the daily, check to see where the next high is. If I don't see it on the daily, I check on the weekly. Exactly. There's no right or wrong. It's whatever you get comfortable doing and it works for you. All right, now this one, it's actually still down for the day, IVVD. Of course, I had a big day yesterday before it pulled back. Hey, let's take a look at what Real is talking about with Foot Locker, FL. 15-minute sell, 2-minute cross down. So let's take a look at Foot Locker. Oh, certainly on a 15-minute, there's a big red candle. If it gets through that low there, 30.79, then the next low is 30.60. Yeah, keep an eye on Carvana now, guys. Carvana is getting weak. Okay, and I think it's through a couple of moving averages, CVNA. Yeah, through a couple of these moving averages, the 10 SMA, the 80 MA, through the VWAP, 59.68, through the VWAP. So Carvana is weakening now. This UBS, I know Real posted some news about it earlier, has just been inching its way up. That's a big float, 3.2 billion in the float, but it's just been kind of inching its way up. All right, guys, in about half an hour, I will be taking my break. I'm just going to confirm it'll be Michael in our YouTube room. Will I take my break between 12 and 1? All right, guys. BTCM, you know what? It's got some, maybe got some hope here. Low float in the right sector today. Crypto seems to be alive and kicking today. A lot of the crypto stocks holding over 5. Unfortunately, when I click on it, because it came from an alert window, I'm not getting the red lines. I'm not sure where the next high is. So let's take a look at it on a monthly chart. 549 on a monthly chart is the next high. So it's at 514 right now. So it's got a little bit of room if you look at the monthly chart for BTCM. Carvana continues to move down, guys. Definitely weakening right now for a while anyway. The next low looking left on a 15-minute chart is around $1 away for Carvana CVNA. eBay looks like a Foot Locker, the same sort of pattern. Red bar, next low looking left, 43.82. Well, disappointing, guys. I mean, I am disappointed that the three in the combo scan were all three of them running right into resistance on the daily chart. This is a tough one to trade, boy. Yeah, look at this. So this Yosh, I mean, yeah, got up to 863, right back down to 7, underneath the 200-day moving average. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. No, thank you, Dilavar, if I'm pronouncing it right. Dilavar in our YouTube room. All right, guys. So 11:31. It's kind of biding my time now. I'm not seeing too much for me. That was a bounce reel. Yes. Yeah. No kidding. That was a bounce. CYTK. Just give me one moment, please. All right, guys, back. Yeah, you're mentioning Shaw, I mean, it's hanging in there. This is the trade of the week. Yeah, I mean, it's more than hanging in there, guys. I mean, this is, remember the trades of the week are designed for longer term holds. I'm not suggesting that you hold this overnight or anything like that, but that's the idea of them. So the trigger yesterday was 420. It got up to 476 before it pulled back, and it closed right at the trigger price, 424, and it's still moving now. So I mean, how you trade it, up to you. I mean, if you look left, the next high is actually 548 on the daily chart. 476. I mean, 476, that will take out yesterday's high. And then after that, you've got 548. How do you get it? You ask me nicely, like you have, and I'll give it to you. Okay, so I just put my link in, my homepage link. So if you click on the homepage link, you won't see this yet. You'll be at the top. Okay. Just scroll down until that middle section, the scan section. And then here it is, the bottom right hand corner. Okay. There it is right there. And again, every single alert we got from it today, unfortunately, came right into a daily high. So nothing to really see today from it. There was a daily high that we can't see now, but it was actually right around here. This is the next daily high, but 215. There's the CIFR at the alert of 379. There is the daily high looking left. Okay, so not giving us a big opportunity. And then the same thing with the CGen. Even though I traded the CGen earlier on the halts, I didn't know it was going to come in here, but the same thing. Look at that. Got right into that daily high and stopped. So every one of them would not have, in my opinion, not have been anything to take. And again, that's why the program is called Trade Ideas. These are all, even though this is I found this to be just a tremendous scan, there's still ideas that have to be checked out. All right, guys, 11:38. So again, in about 20 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Zeta could be interesting. Okay, it could be interesting. The next high looking left on the daily chart is 944 or so. So that's kind of far enough away. Zeta could be interesting. ZETA. Like to see it hold this $9 level. This is one of the ugly, ugly looking weekly chart, daily chart. This is one of the few earnings plays, guys. QIPT. Again, sorry. Oops. UBS just continues to, again, inch its way up. Oh, look at the volume that came into UBS on the 15-minute. Look at that. That's the biggest volume bar of the day for UBS. This is probably the best looking trend I've seen today. I've seen. I'm not saying there others aren't better. I'm just saying what I've seen. By trend, I mean, you haven't had any wild gyrations. It's an impressive move, 4.5% with 3 billion in the float. Speaking of big volume bars, yeah, that shot in the last 15 minute, and it still has another 4 minutes or so, 3.5 minutes to close. There's that volume bar. So that'll be the second biggest of the day so far. NCL halted on the way down. What are you saying that? Yes. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Relatively new, trading as NCL. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So now SMAP is SMAP. Halted on the way down. Okay, I remember this one. This is one of those SPACs. All right, guys, I'm just going to confirm it'll be Michael in our YouTube room. Okay, Michael. Yeah, so it'll be Michael in our YouTube room. He just confirmed, so in about 15 minutes. Well, it can be, Tony. It can be. There's no. The question is high a day of resistance? I mean, it can be. I mean, that's all I look at. Okay, where the next high is on the daily chart, and if I can't see it on the daily, I look at the weekly. Does it absolutely mean that it's going to stall? No, but too many times I've just seen it happen like that, and so I just don't take the trade. No, UBS, yeah, it did not show up on the combo. Too bad, because that would have been a good one. Because the relative volume is 5.9, had to be 8 for it to show up in the combo. This is I don't want to say astonishing move, but I mean, with that float, I mean, this has been really, really, I mean, from 30 to 30.62 with 3.2 billion in the float. That is a big move. And, this is the news on it. And this is the news on it. Sorry, this is the news on it. Cevian is taking a $1.3 billion stake in UBS. I don't know. I guess that's a fund of some sort. Funny, I was going to take this, just because I thought, okay, but I did not think it would have any sort of a move really with that float. So I was very wrong. Well, really, you either live in a very small house or she bought a lot of stuff. Carvana, guys, continues to give it up. Had a little bit of a pause there. Now, this PGTI, I'd love to take it, except it's more of a merger play. It's an all-time high. It's a merger or buyout by Door. So I just don't know how much, how dynamic it's going to really be. If it weren't for that news, I'd probably be all over this because it's an all-time high. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, so 11:52. So very soon, Michael will be taking over for me. So what I'm going to do is put the YouTube link in the main room, so you guys can head over and listen to Michael. We'll be there in about 8 minutes or so in our YouTube room. Huh, UBS. Who'd have thunk it? Carvana, guys, keeps making another new low now. Well, I'm sorry, recent lows. Okay, $58 now. So this is slid from 61.60 down to 58. Boy, I wonder. Just thinking about taking this PGTI just for fun. No, I won't do it. I will not do it. Cannot trade out of boredom. ALDX from Shady. Yeah, it's moved a little bit for him. 306 to 323. Very nice. Now, skin disease, positive trial results. This is one of, and it's not a low float. They don't all have to be low, but look at the spike it had in the pre-market, 423. And more importantly, even that spike. And then when you look left on the weekly chart, a ton of room. The VWAP is 341, so possible that'll stall it for a while if it gets up there, and that is for the ALDX. Wow. All right, guys, I'm just going to put the announcement in. I'm not leaving until Michael shows up, but I'll just put the announcement in. All right, this is gonna torment me now, this PGTI if it gets up to like 40-30 or something. Okay, I'm gonna pay a little more attention to the momentum scan now. I don't think anything, we typically don't get too many in the afternoon in the option activity and this combo scan. So if I'm gonna do anything else, I'm probably gonna have to pay a little more attention to the momentum scan and see if anything sets up the way I like it. So speaking of which, Telefonica out of Spain. Okay, coming right into the 200-day moving average. Boy, if it can take that out, then it's got some room to about that 434 mark. Probably a big float. Yeah, huge float. You too, Michael. How's Mara doing right now? Like I'm watching Bitcoin, I'm watching BITO, and it is Mara, and we got to congratulate Michael on his Mara. Okay, he's going to show up pretty soon. Now it's having a bit of a drop here, but I mean that's been a great move for him. Mara's trading like the SPY. I mean, look at the SPY, red candle, red candle. Man, look at this SFWL. Had the alert at 355 as a potential short. Before it popped up at all, got down to 288, popped up a little bit. Now it's moving down again. This actually has a lot of shares at Interactive Brokers to short, almost 500,000. All-time low now. I don't know if there's any specific reason for it. I don't see any news on this one. China stock. I don't see any specific news while it for its reason for the reason it's moving down. So I mean, this was a $15 stock 3 days ago. It's the only one showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown. Probably, but it was up in this area for a long time, William. I mean, it was up in this area for quite a while. Okay, guys. Now, I don't really think CGN is going to get back up to 250, but it's starting to move a little bit. It's too big a float, I think, for it to have that move back up here. If we're a lower float, it'd be possible later on in the day, but it's hard for me to believe it's going to get back up there, but you never know. So I'll have my alert set, in that 240 level for CGN, maybe later in the day, but we'll need a lot of volume coming in. I mean, it has traded 79 million shares, which is 733 times normal up to this time of day. And I just heard a little pop. Some eats Michael's in the room. So, guys, okay, I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. I'll see you guys in about an hour. Michael, how are you? Michael. I think he's got his mic on mute. Can you guys hear Michael?
Does that work? Can you hear me now?
Now I can hear you, yes.
Okay, perfect.
So I've been telling them to congratulate you on your Mara trade, okay?
Oh, that's been great. Yeah, I obviously wish I had more, but I still got a little bit.
What's the old adage? You want more when it goes up, you want less when it goes down.
Every time.
But
Every time.
every single time. But no, I remember I think wasn't your initial purchase a little, maybe between 10 and 12?
Yeah, a little over 10.
Yeah.
That's what I'm in from.
And I know you kept holding it and holding it. It's interesting because Mara is trading more on its own compared to what, because if you look at, I look at BITO, I know it's not exactly a proxy for Bitcoin, but good enough for me. And if you look at BITO, and it's been kind of, chopping around for a while, but Mara since the 14th has just taken off. And I don't know why exactly. I don't see any specific reason, but
it kind of smells like a short float or short. The reason I picked Mara over like all of the other miners was no other reason than the short.
They say there's a headline here announcing it entered into a definitive purchase agreement to acquire 2 Bitcoin mining sites for $178 million. I don't know how they're paying for it, but that's that's kind of the news that I see.
Yeah, I don't know much about that, but yeah, I picked this one because it had this 26%
right
short float. So I figured if they all started going, it just makes sense to me to pick the one that's the most shorted.
All right, my friend, I'll let you go. I'll take my break. I'll see you in about an hour.
All right, have a good one.
Okay, I will.
Okay, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for those who are new here, again, what we do is we give Barry some much needed time off.
I just have to pop in here and scream, guys.
We scream.
Wait a minute, did I mute myself in the other room? No, I didn't.
Oh, I don't think he meant to go in there. But yeah, so we give Barry so much needed time off, and then we open up the room to live Q&A. So any questions you guys have about trade ideas, now is the time to check them out, right? Ask away, because we don't have anything prepared, because again, we are trying to open up, make sure we have time for questions and answer. Can you hear Michael all over the music? I don't know what you're talking about there. I don't have any, shouldn't be any music coming through. It should just be my headphones. You may have some music going on somewhere on your computer. What's my prediction for Mara? I have no idea. I don't do kind of long-term stock predictions. My plan with Mara, and some of you were here, I remember, I took a trade, I remember live with you guys right here, way back in this day. And I told you my plan was to hold on as long as we held this 8 EMA, not because the 8 EMA has any type of magic at all, just to pick a moving average and say I will hold as long as it goes above that moving average. Again, not that I believe the moving average has any power. It's just you need something to keep you in the winners that are going your way, and you need something to get you out of the losers that are not going your way. So I've always found just using an 8 EMA. I know Steve likes his 10 period moving average, something, and say, hey, as long as it stays over X, I'm going to stay in Y. It's just a nice way to have a plan to kind of get in. So yeah, I bought Mara as we broke back over 10. You can see the drawings I have on the chart for Y. Just a rounded bottom, and 10 was an interesting area before. Bitcoin was looking strong. That was the main synopsis for the trade. And then again, this 26% short float was pretty significant here. So the idea was buy it if it gets over there. If it breaks back under and closes under 10, it's time to get out. So risking, 50 cents maybe a share. And yeah, I'd love to say I held it the whole way, but I took some on this this really explosive day right here, and I took a little bit on this day right here. So I have about a third left. So even those two sells were great, and I have about a third left. And the rule just states, as long as we're above the 10-period moving average, I'll hold it. At some point, we're gonna close below that, and I'll move on to the next one. Right? Not that that's my only trade or anything, but just to move on to the next one. Get out of here. Right? So that's what you just have to have a plan with these things. Some way in the long run to say, okay, I'm going to hold on to things when they're working, and some way to say, okay, I'm going to cut out of things the moment that they stop working. Right? So that's some people will use moving averages. Some people will use multi-period high or low. Some people use anchored VWAPs. Again, in the long run, I don't think it matters too much. I think, as long as it's part of your trading plan, then that's what you have to pick, and just have something that gives you that ability of, because I had Mara twice this year. I think it's between Mara and ELF that's going to be my best kind of stock this year. So Mara, from here to when I got out of my last bit there, was like 70%, and then back into, could come all the way down to here, would probably be another 70% on the last bit. So it only takes, and this is the benefit, if you are patient as a swing trader, in my opinion, the benefit of swing trading. So you only have to be right in this way, like an amazing winning. You only have to be lucky a couple times. I'm not going to claim that I had any master foresight that this thing was going to happen. I remember when I was getting in saying I would love it to get up to 20 because that would be a double, but really had no way of knowing that was going to occur. Just having a plan to keep you in the winners, has to be, in my opinion, the focus of anyone as a trader. None of us will ever be right all the time. None of us will ever be right, 70, 80% of the time. We will all be probably right somewhere in the 50 to 60% win rate. The thing that separates the greats or the good traders from the bad traders, in my opinion, solely is, do they have a plan to able to create consistent results? And do they have some way to, when they're right, make more than they lose when they're wrong? Right? Simple math. If you're right 50% of the time, and every time you're right, you make $200, and every time you're wrong, you lose $100. You just, work that math out over a very long period of time. And then as your account grows, that $100 to $200 could become $1,000 to $2,000 to $10,000 to $20,000. It just, the rest of it's just all 100% based on account size. So I check the 8 EMA each day, like on the close. So most of my trading occurs in that last hour of the day for my Forex trading and for my stock trading, pretty much all of it, right? Unless I'm doing some day trading, obviously, which I'm not great at, so I don't do a lot of, but I play with little bits of money here and there. But yeah, most of it is, I'll rarely enter anything off the open. I just, for swing trading, I don't find there's a lot of benefit there because there's a lot of volatility, which is great for day traders. For swing traders, not so much. So I completely ignore the market on the open. And then, anytime after 12 or noon Eastern, so anytime even around now, if I see something that's super interesting, then that's when I'll take a trade. Speaking of, I want to check on, I'm in the Portfolio Master Challenge. And if you're not, you should be able to, if you are a Premium Trade Ideas subscriber, you are already entered into the Portfolio Master Challenge. So play some trades, because if you win, we will just send you a $2,200 Amazon gift card. No strings attached, no fuss, no muss. I interview the winner as well, so you can see the interview with the last winner on this very YouTube channel. So I've taken a GameStop trade here, right? So yes, that's right. It's Michael. Yeah, so again, if you're a premium member, you should just be able to go down to Brokerage Plus, and when you click on this little button that selects all the different accounts once you're connected to the sim, as you go through here, and you should see Holiday Portfolio Master Contest. So you click on that, then all of a sudden, any trades you enter in this box are going to be counted towards the challenge. And that's why I have this open down here. So this is our website. I use this all the time just to focus on the sectors that are up or down in the day. This is the sector scope on the web version, which I love. UNG still can't get it going. I feel so bad for people who've been trying to bottom pick that as opposed to trade with the trend. But if you click on Portfolio Master Challenge here, you can see the winner. Last I checked, it was Dave, actually our CTO, which was was winning. Oh, he got surpassed here. So you can see these people, right? If you're trading in this challenge, the only tip I can give is just be like super aggressive. This person on $100,000 account is up $92,000 right now, right? So you might as well, right? It's not how anyone would suggest anyone trade in the real world, but this is for fun, right? So pile in, right? This person's up 92K already today on a $100,000 account. And Dave, our CTO, is up 70K on 100. I think I'm down like 5 or something until GameStop gets going, hopefully. So I pick stocks based off a trading plan that I wrote. So I always recommend, regardless of whether you're a day trader, you're a swing trader, you're a long-term investor, doesn't matter what it is you're doing in the market. Step one, and the only very important step, is do you have a trading plan? Have you sat down and done the work to write down a plan that says, I'm going to enter stocks that look like this, or I'm going to exit, this, and this is where I'm going to get in, and this is where my stop loss is going to be, and this is how I'm going to trail stops and all that kind of stuff, right? That is the most important part of trading, and is the bare minimum work required as a trader. The rest of it's just hitting buttons, especially with technologies like Trade Ideas, that once you have that plan, you can scan for a lot of stuff. So whatever the plan is, we can probably help you find or help save you time finding names on that plan. That's always step one. Is that plan? So I use a couple things, right? I use the this is one scan that I'm looking at right now, and all this is stocks with a high short float percentage. This is probably where I found Mara, just because it has a high short float percentage. But these are just stocks that I have sorted by names that are up near their 20-day high that have high short floats. So I scan through these, and I'm looking for technical patterns. I'm looking for breaks of resistance. I'm looking at support holding, that type of thing, and then just focusing on this list. Like this Sava, for example, I don't see a setup in it right now, but this Sava's got a 37% short flow, which is just wild. And we have this kind of zone right here that it broke out of, and it's kind of pulling back to it. So if it hangs out here for a couple days and starts to move higher, then that's something I'll be interested in Sava. And that's just right, very simple, right? Prior resistance, and just highlight this whole zone. If we break that, and that acts as support, so it's just that kind of stuff. But that's just one of my plans, is prior resistance acting as support. Short float to me is just something that's like not a must have, but a nice to have, where it's anybody who's short. So sorry for anyone who's if they're still wearing tinfoil hats about like, fake shorts and blah, 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 and all this kind of stuff. naked shorts and everyone's out to get GameStop and all that. It doesn't work like that. That's all people trying to push a narrative. How it works is when you're short and you owe something to a broker, regardless of whether you're a giant hedge fund or a retail trader. And if that thing that you're short ends up going against you a bunch, you have to cover. You are contractually obligated to cover. So the only reason I like to look for short is because you know that there is a potential guaranteed buyer in that name, right? But again, it's the technical pattern, the setup, all that stuff is way, way more important. The short float is just nice to have because, again, it's a catalyst if the stock starts moving up, right? What you don't want to look for is stocks with high short float names that are pushing lower because there's no need for those shorts to cover, right? Why would you if you're just winning, right? I always use Bed Bath and Beyond as one of the most recent examples. Had like a 40% short float, but it was an awful company that went bankrupt and is never coming back. So all of those shorts made 100% gain on their money. So they had no interest at all in covering because why would you, right? If you're short a company and, months before Bed Bath & Beyond went bankrupt, they were, doing press releases saying, hey, I think we're going to go bankrupt. Our company's not very good and we have a bunch of debt we can't pay off. So if I'm short that stock, I'm just going to ride it into the grave, right? So infinite shorts are possible in futures, but not naked shorts. Right? You don't need to borrow a futures contract. You just sell against a futures contract, right? But again, it all has to be reported. So there's nothing insane going on with any of these. It's all tinfoil hat stuff, right? It's like flat earthers or QAnon or any of this kind of stuff, right? It's people who get into a trade and they don't have this plan. They just they need to fit a narrative to make themselves feel better. You can just look up cognitive dissonance and read about that, and you'll find out why people are big on these things, right? It's a very vanilla, boring, but common mental kind of trope, right? Yeah, I can share the short float scan. Let me get this. Yeah, so it's really simple. It's got some filters in it to say, hey, I don't want stocks that are like really, really overextended because those are stocks that I missed. And that sucks that I missed them. So I'd rather not even see them, right? I'd rather just see stuff that's setting up. So these have to be stocks that are short, but not like currently exploding higher, because I can go through this list and I can take a look at names. And then again, I'm looking for technical setups on top of these, right? So something like Canada Goose here, not really interested in because this thing's just in a brutal downtrend. Right? As a Canadian, this makes me sad, but it is what it is. It's a very high short float, but these shorts are happy, right? Is this an all-time? So here in the bottom, you can see the monthly chart in the bottom right here. So these shorts are very happy because this thing has just been moving higher. So there's really no major incentive for them to cover. So that's why I'm taking these and I'm applying some type of kind of just mental, hey, is there something that I think could happen, right? So someone's talking about charge point here. So this is the same thing, right? These shorts are absolutely loving their life. In 2021, this was a $30 stock. That's a $2 stock now. They were right. Anyone who owns this stock is just objectively wrong, which is one thing I love about the market. There is no, I was right, but right. If you were long charge point at pretty much any point except right here at $2, you're wrong because this company's bad. And it will anyone who's short this company for any point except right here is right. So I want the shorts to be wrong. And again, you can just look at that on the chart. And in this case, those shorts are very, very, very right. Right? This company's losing crap tons of money. They have a little bit of cash, but they also have a lot of debt. right? And as we know, anyone who has debt on any sort of variable mortgage rate right now, debt is very, very important because it's very, very expensive. Um, and yeah, so this is a bad company. So I'm not interested in this one. Now, anything can change if it started to uptrend and move higher and then give me some sort of a base or something to play off of. I'd be more interested, but this is just a bad company, bad stock. Not interested. FYI, you just rotate the names closest to its 1 year range. So the tweet I did about that, just saying, hey, trading doesn't have to be the most complicated thing in the world. All you have to do to get that soon is just go in to any scan. You can make a list of the S&P 500 names if you'd like, but really any scan will do it, and you can figure that scan and just add the let's try that again. Add the position and range filter, or sorry, the position range column, and configure search, and then just go position in, and you can go years range right here. Add that column in, and then just sort the names by this. So if I take, and this is the same list, the same short float list, if I take this and I sort it by names that are positioned in year range, and I want that number to be really high, then this is the list that changes, right? So, just the premise behind that tweet, and I can find it in case people are wondering. But basically, I just did a back test, and I just said, what happens if you just owned the top 10 names in the S&P 500 based on how high they were in their yearly range, and you just rotate that portfolio, and you beat the market by I think it was 6% a year on average. Just trying to put more evidence in the world about buy the good stuff. Don't buy the junk, right? If the stock is going down and the stock is in a downtrend, it's doing it for a reason. The market's very efficient. If the stock is going up, probably because it's a good company. If the stock is going down, it's probably a bad one. The short flow top list just right above you. So just scroll up a little bit there. The link that's posted by the TI channel right above is the link of what we're looking at here. So yeah, so now just by adding this column, you can do it to any scan, and just by double clicking on it, you can double click on any column row in Trade Ideas and get it sorted by that amount. I'm now looking at stocks that are very close to their yearly highs and have a high short float. Like this SYM is kind of interesting here. It's got a 20-ish% short float, and it's just putting in. So this is these yellow lines for anyone, these vertical yellow lines for anyone who's new to the software. These are the last earnings report. So the fact that a gap happened right here on that last earnings report, and it's been kind of basing ever since then with really no attempt to fill the gap, and has a 20% short float. That's kind of interesting to me, right? Because again, I always look, right? So make sure you're always looking down here as well. I love these picture-in-picture charts that we have, because I don't need to know too much about it other than, the beginning of this chart's 2021, and this thing's been an awesome stock, right? Whatever this symbolic is, it's been great. So I take the fact that it's a good stock and it's in an uptrend, and I combine that with the fact that there's a little technical pattern. I combine that with the fact that there's a whole bunch of people that are short, and these are the names I'm going to look at. The biggest disservice I think that traders do to ourselves is we try very hard to make things very complicated in a pursuit of perfection, right? So it sucks. It doesn't feel nice to have losing trades. Now, intellectually, like I said earlier, probably half of all of your trades, give or take, for the rest of your life are going to be losing trades. And there's no way around it. Well, there is, but it's like by risking, you're risking, you know, $1 to make 2 cents. Right. You can have a really high win rate like that. You probably won't make a lot of money in the long run, but you can do that and have a really high win rate. But in most cases, your win rate again will be in the 50s to 60% win rate. And it's mostly the best you can do. And again, unless you're scalping or really, really short-term crazy stuff. But and again, most people, I think that will take a toll on them. But the beauty of it is the game that we play, you don't need to be right all the time. So I think what a lot of people do is they really overcomplicate trading and investing in order to avoid that bad feeling of getting stopped out of losing trades. I really think that that's kind of the psychological phenomenon, is that it feels bad to be wrong and it feels bad to lose money on positions. Therefore, I'm going to try my darndest to not lose money on positions and not feel bad. And that's why humans will move a stop loss when the stock gets close to it, even though the whole point of a stop loss is to get you out when things aren't working well. And that's why they'll do things that they know are bad for just that. And it's the same as and I think we see it a lot here at Trade Ideas, because we provide these scanners, and everybody is then spending the time looking for, if I can just have the magic scanner, then all of a sudden this feeling bad of losing trades will go away. But again, it will never go away. That's the way she goes. If you want to be in this game, it's like having a wife. You got to be used to being wrong all of the time. I know every day that I wake up, I will be wrong a handful of times when it comes to my trades, like every day. It's just the nature of it. So the best thing that ever happened to my trading is when I accepted that and said, okay, I'm going to be wrong a lot. Let's assume every time I hit the button, there is a 50-50 chance that I'm wrong. Now, intellectually, your focus then becomes, if I'm basically no better than a coin flip, which, I am a little bit, and the longer you trade, the better you will up into a little bit. Knowing that you'll be wrong so often, then your focus becomes, okay, well, if I kind of intellectually accept that I will have this 50-50 win rate, how do I make money in the markets? Well, then it becomes simple, right? It becomes, I'm going to look for setups, and I'm going to look for ways in order to keep me in trades that have that asymmetric risk reward, right? And that's all it is. That's the whole thing that we're looking for. It's like an asymmetric. You can see it from like a day trader like Barry, right? He's not looking to risk 10 cents on Apple to make 10 cents, right? He's trading these things that really have the potential just to go absolutely insane for the sole purpose that he knows that, if he can get a couple of these that just turn into absolute rocket ships, that those trades will be the best and everything will net out. Right. So I wouldn't spend a lot of time looking for, that's a rant that started a long time ago, basically based off the buying the strong stuff is the stuff that, in my opinion, will allow for this biggest asymmetry. And I think, right, there's a big kind of psychological misconception that if I take something like AMC, just picking a stock that I know is on its lows and is never coming back, right? They look at it and they say, well, if I buy it here and it just gets back to here, well, that's a 10x. Yeah, in theory. But if we zoom out a little bit, you can see that this thing has been in this downtrend for a very specific reason. And again, it's not lizard men controlling the earth with naked shorts or anything like that. It's the company's bad. They have $10 billion worth of debt, only $1 billion worth of cash, and they worked out a very slight profit last quarter, but mostly they lose money. So you lose money, you have a whole bunch of debt, and in this interest rate environment, again, having debt is bad. When it's zero interest rates, debt yourself up, have fun. So that's causing this this downtrend, and we're hitting new all-time lows. So again, there's that psychological phenomenon that, oh, if I just buy it at 6, and even if it just goes back to here, that's all the way at 200. That's amazing. So let me guys show you another example. And I have this one in my brain because I think it's the perfect example. So let's go out on this name and let's go out to a monthly chart on INPX. Just FYI, this number is $2 billion. So the company, the actual share was never worth $2 billion. What happens with this company, because they lose money and right, it goes down, they do a reverse split, it goes down. So this is a split adjusted price. But there's probably someone out there buying this saying, hey, it's 6 cents. If it only gets back to $1 billion a share, then I'll be happy. And what they're ignoring is they're ignoring market cap, right? So let's get back to AMC, for example. AMC is a small cap company, a little tiny company, not a lot of people care about, right? $1.5 billion. Now, that means for it to get to $60 a share, it has to be a $15 billion company. That's wild. For it to get to $600 a share, it needs to be a $150 billion company. And anybody out there who believes a movie theater is worth $150 billion as a company has just, I have a bridge to sell you, right? So again, just don't think. But so what I think happens is it's really hard for people to look at stuff that is at, let's zoom in on this one, that is at highs and essentially know that this upside is unlimited, right? And I think it's just like a human phenomenon that we think that this is a resistance at the top of the chart and this is support at the bottom of the chart, and it's not, right? It's this MSTR. If Bitcoin goes back to 69,000, if it goes to 100,000, it breaks 69,000, it goes to 100,000, this will be $1,000 stock, right? So you don't short something because it's up here, and you don't buy something because it's down here. You kind of stick with the trend. So that was the point of that tweet, of showing that if you buy the strongest names in the S&P 500, you beat the returns of the S&P 500 just by simply avoiding the weak names. And again, it makes sense to me why that back test worked in the way it does. A URA. So I'm big, full disclosure, I own a lot when it comes to uranium names from much lower prices, right? I always want to say that just so people know, right? I don't want to ever just go, hey, I like it, and and I'm holding it, and I don't tell you guys, right? So I bought a bunch of uranium and uranium stocks on this initial breakout. There was some massive relative strength in uranium at this time. I bought a little more in this area right here. So just FYI, right? I've been riding this uranium trend, so I'm biased in that way, but I don't see anything happening today, right? We're just stuck in a range, so really nothing for me to look at when it comes to uranium. Right? We're just kind of chopping around in this range. If this range breaks lower, I'll probably exit my position and look for better prices to take a trade at. There's just nothing. I'm not paying attention to it right here because I don't see anything. Yeah, and they also have, yes, AMC also owns HYMC, which is also doing just as well. And this is with gold and silver actually doing, not so much silver, gold doing very, very well. So again, relative strength. If there's one, like, again, I'm never we can't around here, and I wouldn't anyway, tell people how to trade. But if there's one thing that I suggest people do, is look at relative strength on whatever time frame it is. If you're a day trader, I still think relative strength works really well. If you're a swing trader, I still think relative strength works really well. And by relative strength, I just mean if the market is going down, look at the stuff that's not going down. Right? That's it. If the market is going up, look at the stuff that's leading the charge. You know, vice versa. If the stuff is tanking, if the market's tanking and you're looking for something to short, don't short the strongest names out there. Look to short what's leading the charge to the downside. And if you're looking to short and the market is going higher, well, then look stuff that didn't go higher, right? So back to, not just to pick on AMC the whole time, but the market's been an absolute rocket ship over the last month, just on fire. If there was any reason for this stock to rally, it would be that the market is just going nuts, and it's not. So this is why I'm going to take a look to short, right? It's also why, you know, I was talking about, I took this GameStop short in the contest, and the reason for it, if you just zoom out, just like all these meme stocks, just heading lower. This one's actually performing the best, and the reason it's performing the best is because they have a bit of debt, but they actually have a little bit more cash than debt. That's about it. It's the only reason why I think this one's not falling apart like the rest of them. It's still an awful business. I don't like, as somebody who plays games, there's no reason for them to exist. I just download it. If there's a gamer out there, I hear this Baldur's Gate 3 is an amazing game and just came out for my Xbox. So I downloaded that last night. I didn't go to a store. I didn't have to do any of that. I clicked on the button in the Microsoft store for the game and I clicked download and I went and I had a coffee and I came back and I had the game, right? So who needs this? When I needed a new console, because my old Xbox, I guess, was so old that they stopped making games for it. I went to Amazon, I clicked a button, and some dude delivered to my house in a couple days. So, right, we'll just, again, but notice the market screaming. The market's near all-time highs right now, and this isn't. So for me, that's a short candidate. If the market was near lows and this thing was near highs, then I'd buy it, regardless of whether or not it's a good company. Right? The market will tell you whether or not it's a good company. Trying to make an alert for a while. The second 15-minute of the open below. You can't do that. You can do opening range breaks. So if you want to know, the easiest way to know what alerts we have available is you just go into an alert window, and this search box we have is actually really robust. So we hit search and just go in 15-minute, because you were looking for 15-minute ranges. And then these are all of the 15-minute options that we have. Essentially, we have it here, great. If not, we don't. So this whole the second 15-minute closes, and then this one, you can't get that exactly, but you know, I'm still having a hard time kind of understanding exactly what you're after. But 15-minute opening range breaks, new 15-minute highs or lows, these are probably going to be your best place to look. And then from there, you're going to get some stuff that you don't like, but then you just filter them out by eye and kind of move from there, right? It's a tipsy turvy, which sorry, 1 second. Yeah, I know. I pick on AMC a lot, and a lot of that's because I've been telling people for years to just move on with their lives. Um, these meme stocks had their moment. I got involved with them when they did have their moment, but there's a whole group of people that did not and still have not moved on with their lives. So part of it is to try to help people to say, listen, it's over. And it was great while it's lasted. I'm sorry that there's all these charlatans out there trying to still string people along, and they're doing it for um, for content and for clout, and in some cases for money. Uh, and I get attacked when I say that. So there's a little bit of, what is it, Schadenfreude in it, but um, all right, guys. So we got another 15 minutes. You got any questions about trade ideas or trading? I really even haven't had a chance to look at the market today. I've been so busy. Yeah, it's still up a bit. IWM. IWM's up bigger, which is nice. DASH. Interesting. And then MDY. So MDY is our mid cap index. That's doing well. So everything's up. Right, so we did get a break of these resistance points. I think this was kind of the big area that a lot of people were watching. So that's the MDY. MDY is the mid caps, and IWM is the small caps, right? So I always try to look at all three. You look at the SPY, you look at small caps, you look at the mid caps. So no, the Santa Claus rally has not even started yet. Has not started at all. Spam mail. That's not that. Where's the calendar? You used to be able to just click on this in Windows and you'd get a calendar. I hate new things. Calendar. So the Santa Claus rally starts on. God, I hate Windows. Starts on the 22nd, and then it goes through the 3rd. So for those who don't know, the Santa Claus rally is the last 5 trading days of the year, right? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then the first 2 trading days of the following year. So 1, 2. So this is the Santa Claus rally. There's a lot of misinformation out there if you listen to news and blah blah and all these things. And it's just a kind of annoying, right? So it's the last 5 days of the year, the first 2 days of next year. And the whole point of it is that in that stretch of time, there is a 80% chance that the market is up roughly 1.5% in that period of time. That's what the Santa Claus rally is. So could we get there? Sure. I think it's be way more interesting if we didn't get the Santa Claus rally. I think that becomes more interesting because I think on years that you don't, you get like increased volatility and a little bit of a down year in the rest of the market. So for me, that would be more interesting if we didn't. But yeah, we haven't seen the Santa Claus rally yet, and it's just a lot of misinformation out there. When it comes to that. Will be the first signs. Well, it's either the Santa Claus rally will either happen or it won't. We'll either be up through that 7-day period or we won't. Right. What most people will do is kind of position themselves maybe the day before, knowing that again, it is specifically that 7-day period. Then you can kind of go from there, right? WW. Nothing really interesting on this for me. Just got a lot of junk right overhead here. So could it move from there to this junk overhead? Yeah, but it's just got that's for me. I look at that as just a lot of overhead resistance. Do you agree that MAs do not work well in an oscillating market? No indicator works well on its own, period. And there's been a whole bunch of studies on that, like tons and tons of studies, right? MACDs on themselves don't work well. RSI doesn't work well. Again, the moving averages, whether it's a crossover or whatever, they don't work well either. I don't use any indicators for entry. Again, I use this ADMA for a trailing stop, specifically because I won't be buying. I don't buy stocks that are in ranging markets anyway. But no indicator in and of itself has made anybody rich ever. It's just the way she goes. Now, if you build something and you test it and that thing tests well over a long period of time, then by all means use it. But yeah, every indicator will have periods of time that it works well and periods of time that it doesn't. That's why even people that use indicators will often mix and match different things. Right? OMER. I don't see anything in OMER. It's up 0 on the day. It's a ugly stock and a massive downtrend. It's right back to where it was like a month ago. I don't see anything in this, so I don't know what to look for. Right. The colors on the scanner here is just showing the just changing based off the change from the open, right? Or the change from the the score, right? So the score is just a composite rating that we have. Right. So do I make any specific tasks to prepare for Santa Claus? No. No, I don't trade those events at all. Doesn't really make any sense, right? I can look up a back test of those indicators, but unless I see a back test going back to about 1980 showing that they work, I don't believe it, right? Um, you need robust back tests on these, and if it did, then why would the person ever release it, and why would you hear about it, right? You gotta understand the point of indicators are to indicate something, right? So the 200 period moving average, again, testing has been done ad nauseum. There is no major significance buying things or selling things when they hit the 200-day moving average. Now, then taking something like that and adding a bunch of context to it, that would make sense. Like I have found some validity to looking at the slope of the 200 period moving average. And if it's sloping higher, it's a good way to indicate an uptrend. If it's sloping lower, it's a good way to indicate a downtrend. But then you just don't place a trade based off of that. You do your other analysis, right? And it's why, and also any back test that's just done on the S&P 500 is completely useless, right? Because you're taking something that you know that uptrends all the time, and then right on in individual names, right? See, and the beauty of it is we live in a computerized world. If anyone tells you that this is a magic indicator, you can just say, "Show me the back test." Because if it is a magic indicator, you better believe they took 2 seconds to script it up in a back testing engine and have done it, right? Now, again, it doesn't mean just because it's not a good system in and of itself doesn't mean it's not a good indicator, which again is what indicators are used for. Right? They're meant to indicate something. Uh, so a lot of people use them to either narrow down the universe of stocks. Like, so to go back to the 200-day moving average, a lot of people will say, okay, well, I want go back to the sloping 200-day moving average, for example. People say, okay, I want stocks that are above their 200-day moving average. Right? That makes perfect sense to me, right? Because it's just you're narrowing the universe. And you're saying I'm going to denote things above their 200-day moving average as being an uptrend. Now let me use that as a scan to just ignore everything that's below its 200-day moving average. Makes perfect sense. Now, saying I'm just going to buy things as they hit the 200-day moving average, again, there's just no data that backs up that that's a good decision. Yeah, again, I don't do targets. Just like the last question asked me about Chris, I don't do targets. I don't know. Who knows, right? So what you'll notice is real traders don't say, oh, I think this stock is going to go to this value, or I think it's most real traders just operate on if then scenarios, right? So if this happens, then I will do this. And that's how most traders trade, right? So and go back to my Mara trade, right? The idea here was simple, right? I saw this rounded bottom. I saw that Bitcoin was strong. I saw that Mara had a large short float. So then it just becomes a bunch of if-then statements. If we get a close above $10 per share, I'm going to buy some. And then I'm going to put a stop loss kind of back in the middle of the range. If we close back under that range, I'm going to get out, right? And then I'm going to trail my stop behind the 8-period moving average. It's very, very the act of trading should be very, very systematic, right? Because then, there's an old saying in trading that you don't get smarter when the bullets start flying, right? You don't get more intelligent about trading when your P&L is flashing red and green and you're making money and losing money. There's a lot of emotional biases that take over at that time. That's why, generally speaking, I will do a lot of my scanning and everything after the market closes, because all of those biases are removed, and I'll just scan through, and then I'll come up with a couple setups I like based off of trading plans that I have. And then I enter these if then scenarios. So I'll have 5-6 stocks. We can go to some of the ones that I was watching right now. I haven't looked at these in a couple days because I'm long a lot of stuff. So that gap down. So like Beam, for example, something I'm watching here. Nice uptrend. It's been consolidating for a long period of time. This $30 seems like an interesting number, and it's got a 20% short float. So then after that, it's just if then scenarios. If, right, it closes above $30, then I will buy some, and then I will put a stop loss below the last swing low, and then I will try to hold some as long as it stays over the 8-period moving average. Right? The act of trading should be incredibly brain dead, simple, just nothing to it, the finding of stuff, and that's why I keep hammering on the creating the plan, because that's where most of your work should go. It's different from other jobs. Like if you work at a factory, then putting the nail or putting the screw in the tire, that's your job, right? It's hitting the button and actually trading, placing trades is 1% of a trader's job, because it should be simple. The all of the other stuff, the recording what trades work and what trades don't, all of that kind of stuff as well. All of that is the real work of trading. The actual hitting the button, again, that's the easy part and should be fairly robotic, right? The price alerts, all you hold on.
Excuse me.
Hello.
I want to find this job where you hammer nails into tires. That's what I want to find, that job.
Sure. I'll pay you 30 cents.
Okay. Oh man. I'll let you keep going. I think Suni wants you to answer him. Price list.
Yeah. So all you do is create a price alert. Let's just go to Apple, random stock. All you do to create a price alert is you just right click on the chart wherever you want that price alert to go and just click. You'll see the little box here for create price alert. And then you can fill in this box, right? What price you want it to be. Is there a time that you want that price alert to expire? Is there a price in which, like, so if I'm interested in Apple over 200, maybe if it goes down to 190, I'm no longer interested in that. And then you can write little notes about yourself about why you were interested in the stock. And that's it. So that's how you set the price alert. And then to look at them, you just go new and then price alerts. And there's a price alerts window that will open up. I'll have all your price alerts in there as well. It's just a great way I do a lot of that because, again, at night, I scan through all the markets and I create my price alerts and I mark everything up that I'm interested in. So then the next day, I'm not really doing a whole lot other than waiting for the system to go, hey, last night you said you liked Apple at 200 and it's at 200. So I can open it up and take a look, right? So for me, that's my two-part way that I trade, right? At night is all the information gathering. And then during the day, I generally just have trade ideas open on kind of one monitor. And if it freaks out at me, that's something that hit my price alert is interesting, then I take the trade, right? So how's my GME short doing? Barry, you taking, if you're there, are you taking anything so far in the contest?
No, I don't do it. I don't do it.
I take like one trade a day and just.
The reason being is that, I mean, it's not truly trading. So I don't want to, put something in this contest and somebody say, well, how come you took 3,000 shares of GME short? Okay. It makes, I mean, would I like to do it? Sure. But I'm not going to do it and present it in front of people.
No, then I am very clear that it is just a game.
Right? It's just a game. Exactly.
I'm not going to short when I have 17,000 shares of GameStop short. I could be a $100 million dude and I'm not doing it. But again, it's you're doing it for fun, right? That's the whole.
Yeah, and I do appreciate the fun aspect. It's just if you're presenting things in front of a group.
Yes.
Wondering what the heck is this guy doing? So I'm just not gonna do it.
No, that makes sense.
Want to answer Frank Franco's question? I know what you're going to say, but you might as well answer him.
Look at this stock, LDI. What is LDI? Well, you should do whatever your trading plan has written down. I think that's the answer.
I knew it. I knew it.
Because if you don't know, if you're looking at a stock and you don't know what to do, it means either you were too lazy to create a trading plan, then shame on you. The market's probably going to take a bunch of money from you, and it sounds harsh, but you deserve it, right? That trading plan is the work we have to do. Or B, your trading plan is not detailed enough to tell you what to do in this situation. In which case, you should, every time you find a situation which your trading plan did not have an answer for you, you should go back to it and say, okay, now I need to revise my trading plan so it does have an answer in this situation. But I don't see anything in this. I just see a stock that's up a bunch. I have no idea what to do with it. So, because I have no trading plan or frame of reference for what to do in this situation. I personally wouldn't touch anything that's already up 60% or so in a couple of days. But again, if you have a trading plan that is tested, that tells you to do something with the stock, then have at her.
And on that note, I will take over.
Cool.
So Michael, I probably won't talk to you until, next Tuesday is Boxing Day in our country, but I guess we're working. Yeah. So I'll see you next Tuesday.
Yeah, I don't respect.
Well, at least I'll be working down here. You probably
I'll be there. I'll probably come in for just this and then go back to bed or something. I don't know.
Okay. Cool.
All right, buddy. Okay. Have a Merry Christmas.
Yeah, you too.
Talk to you soon.
All right, guys, back. Both rooms. Now, you may have seen me put a bunch of price alerts for PGTI. Okay. So yes, I'm in it. I'm in it way later than I probably should have been in. One of the reasons I was watching the door, because there is a component of door in this. It's a cash and stock component. So yeah, I was taking my break right here, and I was ticked off. Remember, I was saying, I wonder if this will get over 40. And of course, it got up to 40, 43. Had that red bar right there at 12:15, moved back down. And then when it got back up here to 40, 45, I said, you know what, just take the darn thing. And so I did. I put a stop at literally the low of that candle. So I had about a 10-cent stop. And I'm out most of it now. I mean, I just couldn't, driving myself crazy by not being in this one, this PGTI. So that worked out pretty well actually with that stop and the way it moved. So, and what I was looking at was Door. Now Door has fallen a little bit here in the last little bit, but this is what I was kind of, well, I was up for the day. That was the big thing, was up for the day. So remember, there's a component of this merger that is part of the share price of Door. So anyway, now the OSA, it is interesting. Um, I thought maybe that was going to be it. That's why I put some price alerts here. I thought maybe that was going to be it and it would really start to run, but not yet. No idea what you're talking about, Marius. No idea. Um, the shot. I know PJ talked about the shot a little while ago. This is actually not as volatile as it has been over, or that it can be. This is actually looking pretty interesting. I mean, there's an argument to be made that if it takes out that high yesterday, which it briefly tried to do, I'm going to stick an alert right there. Could get it running again, and then when you look left, you've got this room 548. All right, guys, 104. So I'll be doing a video pretty soon. So yeah, a little disappointing in all 3 days. We got the alert, and they all were coming into a daily high, right, very close. So could not take any one of them because of that. Michael talks about a trading plan all the time. That's part of my trading plan. Do not take a stock if the next high on the daily or the weekly is close. That is part of my trading plan. Agree or disagree, it doesn't really matter. That's my trading plan. Maybe keep an eye on GPCR. This has been a very active one. GPCR, just over the whole number right now. I'm sorry. I'm not thinking about the same stock. I thought it was a different stock. I thought that there was another stock that I think starts with a G that's almost at an all-time high. So it wasn't this one, obviously. Well done, Shady, on your ALDX. This is now starting to move a little bit more for you. It's been a long, long hold, but you know what? Moving nicely above those moving averages if anybody pays attention to them. Where's the VWAP? So coming into the VWAP, that'll be the big challenge, I guess. The big challenge right at 340. What will it do if it gets there? If it gets up there? Yeah, very key here, guys. If you're in this one, I know Shady is, but others, you keep an eye on that VWAP 340 and see if it can just break right through it. Pre-market high was way up here at 424. Not a low float, 56 million in the float. All right, guys, I'm going to do my video now. It's going to be a bit of a different type of video, but I'm going to do a video right now, 108, 109, say, so no later than 119. Okay, guys, so I'm muting myself now. All right, guys, I'm back. Is there a link for the contest results? Not sure. They might publish it. They might publish something at the end of the day. I think when we're doing the test drive, I think there was a leaderboard. I think Michael Noss did a leaderboard at the end of the day, and a video went out. So I don't think there's a link to it. Let me ask. But because it's only 3 days, they might just wait for the end. But let me ask. I've asked the question. Okay, Jason. Ah, there you go. Pepe, of course. There you go. My goodness. Here it is. So here it is. There is actually a link. Okay. All right. Where can you find the abnormal? Okay, so it is here. I'll give you the link. Well, I'll direct you to my homepage. And I did my video on it today to show, how I use it and why I didn't take any of the trades as an example. So if you click on my homepage link, excuse me, click on my homepage link, you will be at the top here. Okay. Right at the top here, just scroll down until that middle section. Here are my scans. And then this column right here, right at the bottom, there is the scan. Okay. Ah, Wendy Pepe. You're not listed there though, are you? You just think you are. Oh, you can actually scroll. You can keep scrolling down. It's going to show you more than the top 10. Well, I won't. I won't look for you. Still got 2 days. Reasons not to auto trade. Yes. Yes, there will be a Christmas discount. I am waiting. No, I think you can still sign up. I don't see why you can't sign up. You just won't have, you have the balance of the day and then 2 days. Unless it's been prevented. Tell you what, try to sign up. I asked this morning and somebody said you can sign up right to the bitter end, but try to sign up. It'll tell you immediately. I don't see why. There's the shot, guys. They accept your seven. If they, well, some of you, if you're a premium subscriber, you don't have to pay, of course, but oh, really? It's taken down. Okay, well, okay, guys, there's the shot. Well, Marius, you should have signed up before. I mean, you knew about it. You knew about it. You should have signed up before. Could have signed up all this week, last week. But I'm surprised it's been taken down. Well, Chris says there's still a link. Try it. All you can do is try, okay? Chris says there's still a link until about an hour ago, I guess. Okay. I guess it's down. Sorry, you have to wait till the next one, I guess. So here's a move for shot, guys. Look at this. Great move out of consolidation. A lot of volume coming in. This will be the second biggest of the day, volume wise. No, I don't, SD. I don't. I prefer real time alerts. Doesn't mean it's not good. Somebody's asking me about the racing. Doesn't mean it's not good to do, but I just found that I back to real time alerts for me. Well, okay, I like to see stocks near the high of the day. Okay, that's just what I like to see. Stocks that are at the high of the day. So I'm getting a real time alert at the high of the day or the low of the day. The racing, of course, doesn't do that. I mean, it's possible that something's winning that is winning a race is at the high of the day also, but it could be coming from the middle. I mean, it's probably not a bad idea if you're looking for. I'm just not a pullback player. Okay, so you could get a race in which something is winning a race, but it could be still, down for the day even, or just or marginally up for the day, which is okay if that's the style of trading you want. But I want to see stocks at the high of the day or at the low of the day. We don't have EMAs at all, SD. Okay, that's number one. You can get an alert for low float stocks with high relative volume, but we don't have EMAs at all. You'd have to have another a trigger. When I say a trigger, another alert to pick from? No. So we don't have EMAs at all. I mean, you can put it on your chart, okay? You can put the EMAs on your chart, but we don't have anything that's going to say, okay, something that's pulled back to the EMA. You can try this. This is what I gave somebody the other day. This is a pullback type play, whether it's, and then you can put it on the chart. You can put your EMA on the chart, whatever time frame you want. But you can take a look at this. Not exactly. Let me. So biggest pullbacks on winners. Okay. I gave this to somebody the other day. So what this is looking for. So I mean, I don't know what I don't know what I'm going to see. Okay. I mean, I'm just going to click on the alert. So there's that MCW. Okay, so this stock is still up 3%. So you can adjust the filters, of course. Okay, but this is what it's looking for. In this case, price is between $1 and $200. And again, you can adjust the filters. There's the relative volume. So it's not huge high, but I mean, and if you wanted to only see low float, you could add the float filter. I don't know why I have market cap here. Oh, I know why. I created this one for somebody. Okay, let me get rid of this. That was for somebody who just wanted to see high float stocks. So okay, this one should be it. But that's not a low float stock. Okay, so here, so take a look at this. Okay, so here's CVAC. Now CVAC may not be. I don't know why it's showing up. Ah, okay. This is from the open. Okay, this is from the open. These are has to be up at least 3% from the open. If you wanted stocks that were up, from the close, but you can see what happened. CVAC opened down here and then it moved up. So this will be up to you if that makes sense, SD. Okay. So I couldn't figure out. Okay, well, then you can start adding things. Has to be above the 200-day moving average. So let me just do a couple things then. I'll build you the scan, okay? So the change from the 200-day moving average, add the filter, and we'll just put if I put any positive number in here, let's go 0 point, I mean, I'll put 0.5. I mean, I'll put any positive number. So it has to, so it'll be above it. It could be way above it, or it could be right on it. So that's up to you. Let's just go 0.05, okay? Now, do you want a low float? Do you want a low float stock? Only low float stocks? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, by the way. Okay, so let's go to the floats, search, float. Okay, so what is your max? What's your max in the float? Well, not at least. Okay, you mean no more than 2 million in the float? No, wait a minute. Wait a minute. You're, I can do all this. So when you say at least 2 million shares, you mean no more than 2 million shares in the float? Okay, max float can be 20 million, okay? See how we're building it? Okay, so now you want the price between, I've got 1 and 30, okay, you want 1 and 25, and high relative volume. So what is going to be your definition of high relative volume? Like, give me a number. Okay, so we'll put a minimum of 5. And how about a minimum volume? Well, if I put a minimum 5, that'll be 5 and up, okay? Minimum of 5. And how about a minimum volume? Okay, 400K. So now let's take a look at the summary. So stocks between 1 and 25, current volume is at least 5, 400,000 shares minimum. Now here's the other thing. I'm going to look for stocks that are down the most in the last 30 minutes, or it could be 5 minutes, or it could be 10 minutes. I also have the stock has to be up 3% from the open. Okay, but do you want from the close? It's up to you. And is 3% good enough? Because the whole idea of this is you're going to see stocks that are still relatively strong that have pulled back. So looking at this, okay, so I'll keep it just like this. I don't want to save, so I'll call it SD, okay? Let's see what we get. And none. Hard to believe there's nothing. I make a mistake. No, it shouldn't be though. I mean, it's taking a while. I've got so much going on. I do it again. I may have put some crazy number in by mistake. 400,000. Okay, there's the Aldex now, guys, right at that VWAP. So there's no more than 20 million in the float. It's above the 200 day, up at least 3%. Yeah, nothing right now. Well, it could be the relative volume. Let me move that relative volume down. I mean, 5 is pretty high. Let me move it to, well, first we'll start off just with 1, okay? Okay, well, see, there's only 1, so it's a relative volume that's keeping it out. Could be the 3%, um, but you want it up. Now, maybe from the, let's make it from the close instead of the open. I mean, the market is up, today, so let's make it from the close, if that makes a difference. They only got 2. Okay, guys, big point right now for the ALDX, right at 340. There's the VWAP, it's right at 340. No, it doesn't include the pre-market, previous day high, no. The reason why coffee, bonjour, by the way. The reason why is because you could get some crazy spike, in the pre-market on one share. I mean, I'll exaggerate. And so you'd never want to, I mean, some of the stocks, of course, that trade a lot in the pre-market, that may not be, but no. So bottom line is no, the pre-market or a daily high, breaking yesterday's high, will never include the pre-market. Okay. And you wouldn't want it to. So yeah, so I mean, in this particular scenario, I mean, there's just not. But listen, you can take it, and you can adjust all this yourself. I mean, I didn't think we really had too many tough filters in here, but evidently we do. Okay, but I'll give it to you, and you can just play around with it. Okay, it's got nothing to do with the 30 minutes really, because all we're doing is I'm just sorting on that to find the ones that are down the most. But you can sort on the change in the 5 minutes, or the change in the 15 minutes, or the change in 5 minutes. So I'll give it to you, okay? I mean, there's your start anyway, and you can. But right now, with those filters in place, you're getting nothing. Okay, and that can happen. I mean, look at my favorite scan here. I mean, I've only got three in here. We don't get too many. I could relax the filters. I could get more, but I don't want more. Even though none of these three set up the way I would take the trade. But you know what? What I want to do though is just show you without putting in a float or anything like that. This is what it would look like under normal circumstances without putting in, it has to be above the, oops, make sure. No. So I have variations of it, you see, and it should be okay. Okay, so look at this one, okay? Here's a whole bunch of them. So here's liquor, LQR, as an example. Take a look at where here's well, these are pretty cheap stocks, but let's take a look at something a little more expensive. Let's take a look at Pulse, PLSE. But it really hasn't changed that much in the 30 minutes, you see? That's the thing. Yeah, what I've done is I've sorted on the stocks that have changed the most in the last 30 minutes. But some of these are really cheap. So yeah, this has changed 5%, but it's a $2.44 stock. But that's what it looks like. Okay. And so if you put the ADMA or on your chart, you would see it. So you would so the idea would be once you set it up the way you want to, then you click on the alert, which you'd have to do anyway because you'll never know what it's going to look like, how far it's pulled back. And then when you click on the alert, if depending on the time frame that you want, you just put the whatever EMA you want on the chart, and then you'll see it. Well, for instance, here's Mott's, and it just broke down below that 8 EMA in the 15-minute chart as an example. Did you have oh, there are shorts now for me. Not there weren't before. The NCL, I see what you guys are talking about. The NCL showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. The original alert was at 320. Last time I looked, there weren't any shorts available, but I see there must have been some covering at Trade Ideas, or sorry, Trade Ideas Interactive Brokers. There are now 20,000 available. Not that I want to take it now. This is an all-time low. Oh, my system is really bogging down. Which link, Intel Trader? You mean the biggest pullback on winners? You mean the large cap one? No, no, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Sorry, in the main room. Steve. Well, this is the one I just showed. Okay, if you want the one that I just had up, and remember, you can make changes. I mean, if you look at this and you don't like the price range, there's the price range. If you want the current volume to be more, if you want a bigger number of shares, if you want it from the close instead of the open, there's all sorts of things you can do. If you'd rather it be based on change in 15 minutes instead of 30 minutes, make the change. But you can always do this. You can always sort. That's why I have these three columns here. So this will show you this one will show you the ones that have changed the most in the last 15 minutes. This is in 5 minutes, and this is in 30 minutes. So you can sort on the different changes. So again, this is looking for a stock that is still strong for the day, still up 17%, but is pulled back. Now, it might just keep pulling back. Shot looks pretty good still, guys. It's above yesterday's high, holding that area. and the next high looking left is five something. Had the pullback and then popped right back up. EBIX, well, EBIX is, well, they filed for Chapter 11 yesterday. That was one of the one that we had two awesome shorts from that scan, from this scan, EBIX, and can't remember the other one. It's not just for longs, okay? It just happens that today there are only long ideas. So, William, what is your time for today? 4 o'clock, 3:30, no time? There's certainly no earnings plays, I wouldn't think. 4:05, okay. That must be an earnings play. Ah, FedEx, okay. Speaking of FedEx, they just delivered me a package. Strong stock, guys, real strong stock. Look at this weekly move, couple of months, 231, 283. Yeah, right. Grumpy. All right, so KVUE is starting to drift down. Ah, it's not starting. What a move down. There, I don't know, I did not see this one at all, other than the pop in the pre-market. Had some news about Tylenol, and but when the market opened, it just basically dropped. That has been a nice steady downtrend. That's didn't really see it anywhere else. Just a minute, please. All right, guys, I'm back. 82 cents. That is funny, William. Oh, you are serious. Okay. Okay. Well, might get there. What is it? Two something right now? Well, how, and there are so many shares available to short at Interactive Brokers, 4 million. Delta 262. Hello. Yeah, a steady decliner. The only thing I can think of is but there's no guarantee it's going to continue to decline, of course. But you could look at something that I don't know, consecutive 15-minute candles down and start off with say three, and just see, how weak it keeps going down, or if it keeps going down. I mean, so we have a consecutive candles down filter. You can pick your time frame, be it 5 minutes, 2 minutes, 15 minutes. But the problem is that not necessarily if you had a scan like that, is the stock going to do this? That's the issue. Okay. I mean, this is pretty dramatic. We don't often see something that has been, you know, one candle after another, 15-minute candle after another. Now, one green candle in what, 3, 4 hours. Don't often see something like that. Just give me a moment. So again, we have one filter that looks at consecutive candles. Okay. So 1 minute, 2, 5, 10, 15, 30, 60, and days even. Okay. So I don't know what's going to work. I mean, there's no, this one, I mean, you could have started off with, okay, let's create a filter with price ranges, minimum volume, relative volume, because you don't want just to see any stock that has had, say, three 15-minute candles down in a row. So that'll be up to you to create, a price range and all. And then, maybe try a consecutive candles. And if you want them down, you put in the max, you put -3, for instance. So that would be, you would only see stocks that had at least three 5-minute candles down. And this is a 15-minute chart, but you could pick your time frame. And then after that, it's a matter of, whatever price range you want, minimum volume that you want, relative volume that you want. But again, there's no guarantee that if you saw something like this, then it's going to just continue down like this. Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? There's just no way of knowing for sure that something like this is going to happen. Boy, I should have, I was talking about this GPCR earlier. Look at this GPCR. Wow. Well, it's coming right into the 200-day moving average. Okay, after hours above the high of the day. Well, okay. So we have an after hours channel. I don't look after hours at all, so I'm not sure I'm not even sure we're going to be able to see the filter. So new post-market high. I don't know if that new post-market high, I mean, that's all it is. It's a new post-market high, right? Doesn't necessarily mean it's taking out the day's high. So you could have a stock that was, up here, okay, and then it's dropped, then the post-market starts, and then it makes a new high in the post-market. It's still not breaking the high of the day. So just on the surface, yeah, just on the surface, I don't think. Now, let me just see something. There might be a custom formula. If we have the data point, it won't be here. It could be in the other one though. Let me check the other. I don't think this is searchable. So let me see. I'm just looking for something that says post. Okay, there's post-market volume. It doesn't look like we have a data point for the post-market high. Because then I thought, okay, if we did have one, then you could say, okay, post-market high greater than the high of the day. But I don't think we have it. So, and it wouldn't be an alert anyway. It would just be a filter, even if we did have it. But I don't see that we have a data point for the post-market high, post-market volume, but not post-market high. Okay, so unfortunately, sorry, the answer appears to be no. Infiniment. Well, that's a new one for me. I've never seen that one before. All right, guys. Well, I am interested in the Aldex, now over the 200-day moving average and lots of room looking left when you look at the pre-market high. And more importantly, I mean, let's look at this weekly chart. Look at the room it's got. Never mind the pre-market high. Just look at that room it's got. $6 over here. Or this Aldex, I mean, again, guys, the longer it holds over this VWAP, could challenge that 360 right over here. Marius, you don't have to put in both rooms, okay? Whoa, so we have a late one here. Let's see if this has any sort of room to move, guys. And I'm talking about Mama. Let's take a look at Mama here. Mama. See if it has any sort of room to move. No. So we have the alert at 4:55. You see, we have the alert at 4:55. Now this is very, very late. And there is that red line right there. Now, if it can break through that red line, 470 is the next high. It's not that far away. Mama's an offering. Well, that was in the pre-market though, right? So that was in the pre-market, but it is recovered very nicely, like really nicely. Very nice trade on the the ALDX shady. Very nice. Early. Boy, the GPCR, I wish I had taken that. Coming right into that 200-day moving average, right into it now. Maybe it stalls, and there are shares available to short at Interactive Brokers anyway. So it's amazing. All four of the alerts today from this are all came in to a high. Every single one of them. Click on the alerts and you just see a red line just right at the alert, basically. Okay, guys, 212. I'm going to go over my homepage in a bit. The last time for the day. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm going to put myself on mute for a bit. Oops. Okay, guys. Mary, so I'm going to address something about what I said in the when I was talking to Michael, and I said I wasn't in the challenge because it's not real trading. This is the reason I said it. Most people don't have $400,000, okay, in their account. And what they're doing, what the people are doing, and it's fine in the challenge. Yeah, use the 100,000, use the 400,000 margin. Okay, most people don't have that, so they can go crazy. All right, most people are not going to buy, 20,000 shares of, I don't know, an $8 stock, a $10 stock, because they don't have that in their account. That's what I was trying to get. Okay, wasn't that if you but that's not the purpose of the challenge. Obviously, the challenge you want to if you're trying to win it, you got to try to maximize everything. But it's not real trading. That's all I was trying to say. Okay. It might, Pepe. It might. I mean, the alert was at 2:45. Yeah, I know, but winning. It's okay. So somebody wins and they're at $500,000. That would not be realistic to most people's accounts. That's all I was trying to say. That's why I am not going to do the challenge. And have some ridiculous figure in here, which isn't, which is not really making any sense. It's not really trading. It's having fun. I get it. It's like a video game having fun, but it's not really, showing anybody how to trade. Anyway, all right, ALDX. Come on. Yeah, I'm actually finally took it, guys. I like the way it was holding the VWAP. It popped down right to it, almost not quite to the penny, and then it held. So let's see if it can have any sort of run now. It's already run great for Shady. Oops. Well, Pepe, because the scan didn't really work today, I guess we might as well just scrap it, right? And try something else. Hopefully, you're not drinking coffee or. All right, let me get rid of that message. Okay, guys, one last look at my homepage, and I'll be taking off in about 40 minutes. William says he'll keep the room open until 4:05. All right, clicking on my homepage link, and you will be at the top here. And I'm anticipating a better promo code, but if you want to take out a subscription right now, go ahead. You'll get 15% off the first month only. If you do take out a subscription, get started right here. Download and install, first startup and login. 10 short videos, introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Okay. And trading 101. So if you're in the YouTube room between 12 and 1, this is the series of videos that Michael Noss put together. So if you're new to trading, I think this is, and it's free. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here. Trade of the week, you can sign up for it here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday morning. Excuse me. Education is here. And my scans. Here are my scans. And again, this is the one I paid attention to. You have normal option activity plus a 10-day daily break combo. But I have, of course, other scans that I am sharing that you can take a look at. Thought this was Potbelly. Haven't seen this one for a while. Potbelly, PB, serving only healthy foods, of course. Okay, guys, it is 2:24. I'll put myself on mute and I'll hop back on the mic if there's a question. Oh, okay. I see Shady may have an answer for you then. Okay, Dave, click on my homepage link. Okay, click on my homepage link. It'll be at the top here. Scroll until you see the scan section. Click here. And then in this right-hand column, right at the bottom, there it is. Okay, there it is. Okay, Dave, did you get that? How do you create a scan? Like, you mean from completely from scratch? Or are you talking about how do you load that? Okay. Sure, I'll show you. I mean, it's in the guide, and so, so as a reference, it is in the guide, but this is how you do it. Okay, so you click, so here's the scan. So what you do is you click on it, it says open scan, right? So you just click on it. What's going to happen is, what I'll do, let me get rid of some of these tabs up here. Okay. So when you click on the tab, when you click on it, it's going to load in a tab. Usually, I guess you have an option in your browser whether you want it to load in a new tab or anyway. But you see it right there. Hopefully, you can see that right here. When I clicked on it, there it is. There's the link. Now all I do is I just highlight it. I'm going to highlight it and copy it. Control C. So now this link is copied. And then from our toolbar, click on File, Load from Cloud, and you'll see, let me get it over here. You see that ends in 8EF, ends in 8EF. So you can see how this box was filled in with that because you copied it, and then you just load it, and then it'll appear on your screen. So let me know if you could do that, okay? If you, I'll go over it again if you couldn't do it, if something went wrong. But let me know if you could do that. I can do it again if I went too quickly, okay? When you click on the tab, when you click on it, don't worry about all the stuff that's underneath it, all the so-called directions. I think the way I do it is it's pretty simple. Just by copying, just copy the link and then file load from cloud. And then when you do that, that link will be pasted or already be pasted in that box. Okay. And this is kind of what I mean. I think when you click on and then you click on it, and you get all this underneath, right? All this underneath. I mean, it's fine. I mean, don't get me wrong. But to me, once you cut the link here, this is so quick. Just highlight it, like normal highlighting on most programs. Just left click and then hold and then drag it. Now it's all highlighted. And then Control C. Now it's copied, and that's it. File load from cloud. And there it is, right there, and then load it. Now it's on your screen. Now, Dave, I'm also assuming you're using our downloadable application and not the web-based version. You can still do it using the web-based version. Excuse me, guys. I'm just munching on something. Just give me a moment. So are you using the downloadable app so you have a toolbar that looks like this, or are you using the web-based version for our product? Look at X guys just fading here. I think there's going to be a battle about this one. Three Republican senators oppose the Nippon U.S. Steel, citing national security. So, Dave, did it work? Boy, UBS, another new high. Wow. Okay, okay. Well, just let me know, okay? Well, this is going to be fascinating to see what happens with this U.S. Steel over the next few days, really. PJ, are you still in the room? No, it's the normal thing, Shakespeare without an E. 9 to 3 every day. Well, not every day, not Saturday and Sunday. Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m., sharing my screen live on the mic. Okay. And you can ask questions all day long. It's a trading room also, of course, but you can ask questions all day long. And it is free. You don't even have to be a subscriber to Trade Ideas. What do these guys, flooring contractors, we have no business summary for these guys at all. Northland flooring contractors. Now, I don't really remember them going public. I don't know if if they went public or a SPAC or took over a symbol or went from the pinks to Nasdaq. So many different reasons why they started trading right here as NCL. Casa or Cam probably knows. And this was not that long ago, 6 weeks ago, a $22 stock sitting at $1.74. But not just that, look at the daily crash. Only 1.2 million in the float. That's another reason. Low float. Yeah, this can happen. You can move up and then it can move right down. I'm surprised there are still shorts. So it really was an IPO? It really was an IPO. Okay. Amex. Not too many Amex IPOs. We had a guy in our YouTube room forever. I don't know what happened to him. Aija. I don't know. I don't know if he lost all his money or it just Well, this is a trade ideas trading room and support room. So I guess that's how they complement each other. I mean, I work for Trade Ideas. So like many of the people in the room are subscribers, but we have many other people who are just, poking in to see what Trade Ideas is all about. Okay, guys. Let's see, what time is it now? 2:42. So I got another 15 minutes or so. So if you have any questions, please ask them now. Just give me a moment, guys. 3D printing, really. I haven't seen too many of the 3D printers. Okay, guys. Well, a little anxious moment for me. I was hoping it was going to hold the VWAP, and it did. ALDX. You know, I mean, it just over the V. Come on, chart. Look what it did. It got right down to the VWAP again. VWAP is 341. You can see it got right down to the VWAP again and held. Well, there's no delay as such, Shakespeare. I mean, these are all real-time alerts. It all depends. It all depends. Okay, there shouldn't be any delay. These are all real-time alerts. Now, if you're trying to scalp, if you're trying to get something and like get in and out in seconds, probably, I mean, you're up against, the Goldman Sachs and all those. Well, maybe not in these cheap ones, but you're up against some pretty heavy hitters who it'd be very difficult, I think, to compete against them if that's what you're really trying to do. But these are all real-time alerts. They're not delayed as such. But again, maybe in another program, I don't know. Maybe you're getting an alert half a second before. I don't know. But yeah, this is not really designed for scalping as such. But give me an idea or one, one that you thought, wow, I got that alert and it's already moved like 5 cents. Now, something that moves incredibly quickly, we might get an alert, especially on a low float stock. I mean, sure, you get an alert and that stock could have moved, 4 or 5 cents immediately. And as Marius is saying, maybe, hotkeys or something. I'm not a scalper. I'm not like I don't scalp, so it's not really an issue for me. So we don't trade. Okay, so when you say option training, we have option filters, Shakespeare. Okay, so let me just. So you might see this called abnormal option activity. Might have to rename it, but I don't trade options. We don't scan for options, but what we do have is a way to find stocks that are trading abnormally option wise. Okay, so if I right click this window here and click on configure, and then in the search box, I type in options. So we have some obvious ones. We have the put call ratio, option volume today, put and call volume today. This one right here, the option volume contracts, that is, I believe it's over 14 days, but say the average number of contracts over the last 14 days. Okay, number, total, volume. This is the key one, option volume today percent. So, for instance, if a stock normally has done 5,000 contracts over the last, say, 14 days, and you use this filter right there, and you say put 300 in it, 300% ratio of 3. What that'll do is you won't see that stock unless it trades 15,000 contracts a day. So if it normally trades 500 or 5,000, you won't see that stock unless it trades at least 15,000 as an example. Okay? So in this scan here, all I'm looking for, as an intraday trader, I'm just looking for stocks that are trading abnormally. Okay. So one of the key areas or key filters that we bought is the relative volume filter. So this is telling me PB, it's trading 3.5 times normal up to this time of day. Another way we can find stocks that are trading abnormally though is let me find let's say X. Okay, we'll take a look at US Steel. So here's US Steel. Okay, it is relative volume of 4. It's trading, abnormally, not like yesterday when it had over 60 million shares when the quote unquote deal was announced, but it is still trading relative volume 4 times normal. But look at the option volume also, 208,000 contracts and counting, which represents 4.3 times normal, 439% times normal. So if you combine stocks that are trading abnormally with like volume and also abnormal option volume, those are stocks, in my opinion, that anybody should be watching if you're trying to intraday trade because they're really trading abnormally. I'm not trading options, but I do want to see the stocks that are having an abnormal option volume day. And then we take it one step further with the scan. It produced, but let me try to explain it. I've got a scan called the 10-day daily breakout and the 10-day daily breakdown. Okay. And you see this says don't repeat, don't repeat. Well, DR stands for don't repeat. I also have don't repeat abnormal option activity. What that means is I will not see X over and over again here. I'll only see the first time we had an alert on it. But this was as a potential short. Anything in brown is a potential short. So the first time we had an alert was at 2:34 Eastern time. The alert was at 48, 42. Every time it makes a new low, you'll see it here. Okay, there's that 48.10. So what we were finding is that if a stock was making into both of these different scans, so let's see, I know at the beginning of the day that CGen was in this scan, the 10-day daily breakout, okay, and it was also in the option scanner. So before, what we'd have to do is we'd have to check this list and see, okay, is the same stock that is a stock that's here, is it in here also? And I mean, it wasn't that hard to do, but one of our Pepe, what he did, he said, you know what? I can combine the two of them so that you don't have to go sifting through these stocks and then checking to see if the stock is here also. So these are the stocks. The only four of them made it into both of these scans today, and here they are. And this has been producing extremely well. It We had alerts today, but and I did my video on this. Like the program is called, Trade Ideas. These are ideas. Doesn't mean that even though this is not by far my favorite scan right now, doesn't mean I just hop in on the trade. So this is what I saw when we had CGen alerted at 9:40 and the price was 245. So I click on the alert. What do I see? I see a red line up here. What does that red line mean? That means that was can't see it on the daily chart. I would have to really expand this daily chart. That is the next high looking left. Okay. Look where it got to. It almost got right in there. So that prevented me from taking the trade immediately. Okay. One thing. I mean, even if there had not been that red line there, I'm not necessarily going to take the trade immediately. But that blocked me immediately from saying, okay, you have to wait at least for that to break, okay, before I'm going to get interested. And so the other ones virtually were all the same. CIFR, yeah, broke just a few pennies above that red line, but not much. Okay. And then any, the same thing, ANY. So this is not typical. You can't see this on the daily chart, but actually there was a red line on the daily chart right up here. This is on the weekly chart. So for me, those red lines represented areas where the stock could stall from moving higher. So I don't take the trade. Tomorrow, I have no idea what alerts we're going to get. I'm hoping though, because in the past we've been getting great alerts with lots of room. Well, that makes sense. All right, guys. So it is now 6 minutes to maybe when I'm leaving. I'll always say later if there are questions. So Shakespeare, did that all make sense? Because when you say, all right, okay, Shakespeare, good. And you'll be right on time because I'm sure I'm going to have a promotion code for 25%. Okay. I'm just waiting for the code. If you show up tomorrow in the room, of course, anybody else who wants to take out a subscription. Yeah, sure, Christine. So you're talking about these volume bars here? How come no E? Just out of curiosity for the Shakespeare. So, Christine, are you talking about these volume bars here as an example? Okay. So, if I right click on the chart, and I haven't done this for a while, so I might modify indicator parameters. Okay, good. So here's my volume. Okay, so you will have something if you've got volume bars, obviously, right? You just want to change the colors. So you just have to find. Let me do it again. So if you right click, then modify indicator parameters, and then right at the top here, modify colors. So now this is all you do. So I have my up. So if it's my up ones, in other words, stocks that are moving higher is in blue for me. Stocks moving lower is in orange for me. And it's just a matter of following this, set up the color, and this your palette will show up. You pick whatever palette you want or color you want. Say okay. Do the same for the down. Okay, and then set the color for the down. Say okay, and then say okay again. Does that make sense? Now, I'm hoping you do have this as an option. I mean, I'm on a development version. I'm hoping this is modify indicator parameters. You have that when you right click on the chart, modify indicator parameters. Christine. No, 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 no. I don't want you to figure it out. I want you to follow along with me. So if you they okay, you don't have that. Okay. Wonder why. I mean, this has been around forever. So you must have to go to indicators then. Is that right? Yeah, okay. That's stupid. I mean, this has been around forever for me. This is okay. So Christine, this is what you have to do. So right click. So you don't have modify indicator parameters. Click on indicators. Okay. Then you're going to have to scroll down until you find your volume. And then when you click on volume, now you're going to see the modify the colors. Click on that, and then you can use up and down colors. Obviously, I didn't do that at the beginning the way, and so now you can do this. Whoops. I guess click. Okay, sorry. So now you can just click on that use up and down colors, set up color, the palette will show up, pick the color, and then set the down color. The palette will show up. A little confusing. Chris, that's crazy that we don't have modify indicator parameters. Pepe's saying they don't. You don't have it. And I believe in Pepe. I'd even take Pepe over you. Okay, you got it though, Christine? Okay, good. What the heck is going on? I can't get out of this. Oh, it's up here. There you go. Oh, I take Pepe over me too, of course. When I finally leave, Pepe is going to take over. Okay, guys, 301. So that worked for you. Okay, great, Christine. I wonder why, Chris, why is it that modify indicator parameters? Doesn't seem to me that that's such a big deal to not have it for everybody. It's so easy, much easier than the other way. Okay, well, all right. Okay, guys, I think that's it for me. And unless there are any more questions, again, William will keep the room open for. So for those of you who are left in YouTube, I will put the main trading room link. I'll keep this. Oops. Okay, so there is the trading room. Um, I'm pretty sure you can hold the positions. I mean, that wouldn't be a. I'm pretty sure you can. You must be able to hold the positions. You don't have to get rid of them at the end of the day. That doesn't make sense to me for the contest. Yeah, Chris, you're in a good trade. Why, if you're truly trading, why would you get out of a good trade, right? Yeah. So in other words, you can swing trade. Yes. So, there you go. So you can swing trade, hold the position until 4:30 on Thursday if you want to do that. All right, guys. I don't see any other questions, so I think I will wrap this up. So again, thanks for all the help all day long. I'll open the rooms tomorrow. Well, the main room will be open before 8 o'clock. Usually Chris or William opens it right around 7:30 or so. So you can talk amongst yourselves in the main room. I get live on the mic at 9 in both rooms, the YouTube room and the main room. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. I'm stopping the screen sharing. and muting myself now. And YouTubers, the same with you guys now.